Just press that button onto red.
Right. Good evening, councillors and visitors. We're finally back in the town hall. It's the first one I've chaired here. So who knows, we may be in the council chamber next year. Anyway, welcome to the full council meeting of Colchester Borough Council. I'm Councillor Robert Davidson, the Mayor of the Borough of Colchester, and I will be chairing the meeting today. This meeting is being broadcast live over the internet on the council's YouTube channel and will also be available to watch afterwards. I want to confirm that all of us present in the room are adhering to the latest government guidance. I can assure those watching that the meeting I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself, please?
It's all right. I was just letting you know that our audio was on mute, so external viewers couldn't see anything, but it's just been resolved.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much, Reverend Elms. That was very thoughtful. And we're now going to have a minute's silence in the memory of Sir David Amess, MP. And of course, what the chaplain has said is actually so appropriate. He was very much Mr. Southend, wasn't he? And such a senseless and tragic death. All I would say is that we mustn't allow it to interfere with democracy or the way that this country lives. But he won't have died in vain. He has got his city status, which we note, and we'll be discussing that later, perhaps for Colchester. So we'll have a minute seated silence for Sir David Amess. Thank you. Thank you. And our thoughts go out to his family, of course, as the chaplain said. We have apologies from Councillor Coleman and Councillor Nissan. Are there any declarations of interest on any items on the agenda, please? Because I see no hands and I see no lights on, so no declarations. Thank you. We now have our have your say session of the meeting, and we have 4 contributions. We have Sir Bob Russell, followed by Dorian Kelly, followed by Catherine Spindler, which is going to be read by an officer, and Mr. Orton as well. So, Sir Bob Russell, please. You have a bell after 2 minutes. I think you know that, Sir Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was delighted to read in the Gazette today, the Leader of the Council will be recommending to Council that Colchester Borough applies for city status. I would like to think it will have unanimous support, as has happened on previous occasions when Colchester has gone for city status. I had hoped it would not be necessary to come here this evening, but over the weekend, there were suggestions that perhaps Colchester should not apply for city status out of respect to Sir David Amess. I think I can say with total confidence that is not what Sir David would have wished. I say that with confidence because David Amess was a friend of mine for 24 years. We were not on the same political page. But I think it shows, Mr. Mayor, that you can have friends in other political parties where sometimes the warmth and sincerity is greater than synthetic friendship within your own party. My last email exchange with David was on Monday last week, where we discussed the misfortunes of our respective football clubs and how if things continued like this, in a year's time, Essex would be the largest county in the country without a Football League side, putting us in the same category as Cornwall and Rutland. But more importantly that, last month, Sir David and I were exchanging emails on a far more important subject, namely city status. I congratulated him on the manner in which he was promoting Southend. And I'm glad I kept this email because I printed it off this morning. Dear Bob, what a friend you are, generous with your comments. The campaign has only just begun. David and I both knew that under the current rules, the chances of either Southend or Colchester getting a city status this time around was pretty remote, bearing in mind that Chelmsford got it last time. But he and I were working on a cunning plan. Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen to that cunning plan now because Southend has already got its city status. I was pretty confident that was going to happen, what was being said over the weekend, but even I was taken by surprise that it happened as quickly as it did. And therefore, any reason for saying Colchester should not apply for city status out of respect for Sir David has gone. Colchester, and Mr. Mayor, you've mentioned this, Colchester should continue to do what it was going to do anyway, at least I hope they're going to do, go forward with the application. We heard how much it has benefited Chelmsford over the last 10 years. Southend will benefit. Let's Colchester go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Bob. And our next speaker is Mr. Orton, please. Again, you have 3 minutes with a bell after 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Councillors, I've been coming here now since 2017. The idea has been for me, as a pure resident, to be able to speak on behalf of the people of Colchester, which I have to say over a period of time, I've obviously and often see where politicians, if you like, or councillors don't manage to reach out to the people. So I hope with my efforts over the past few years that I have come here to speak on behalf of those people and hopefully to be able to enthuse, get people to listen and even inspire individuals to take action on this, that and the other. In the past, I have sent pro formas, portfolios, texts, letters written to Mr. Bentley and so on and so forth to do my best as an individual with no authority, no rank, except being a proud Colcestrian. Over the past few years, since the previous council were in office, the response to my efforts, except for a gentleman called Mr. Lilly, in general terms, the council virtually ignored most of the efforts that I put forward. The present situation is as it is now. I'd only been, the previous council, you'll have to excuse me, I've got a bit of a cough. The previous council, the council who's just replaced the previous council, within a week actually phoned me and asked if I would be good enough to conduct a tour on their behalf around the town to see the true state of Colchester. And I have to say, councillors, although they didn't directly say that to me, I have a very good pair of ears. I might be clapped out in other ways, but I do have very good ears. And the conversation between the group of people, which was Councillor Leatherdale, Councillor gotcha, thank you for that, and also Mr. Crowe, I did hear them say that they were shocked at what they saw. I can only hope and pray that we will be able to, with the new people coming in, be able to move forward and get on with the eyesores in this town. If there's anybody sitting amongst you who would like to come with me on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, I will walk you around personally and show you exactly what a mess that has been left behind by that previous council. Quite frankly, it is a disgrace. And the present council now has one hell of a lot of work to do to put this matter right. And as much as I love this town, I have to tell you that the state it is in at the moment, it is most certainly not up to the standard to even be considered for citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orton, and your passion for Colchester is well noted. Thank you. We now have our Democratic Service Officer, Mr. Clifford, reading out Mr. Dorian Kelly's contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kelly's contribution is as follows. I'm sorry I cannot be there to deliver this speech in person. Families, mind you, once I start talking about Colchester, I get passionate and it's very difficult to get me to stop. As I'm sure you're fully aware, circumstances have changed due to the tragic loss of a great Essex MP, and Southend has been awarded city status on the nod. So the chances of Colchester being awarded one are consequently somewhat diminished. However, let's put on record that there is an enormous amount of support amongst my considerable arts and culture networks. It would cost peanuts and do a considerable amount of good for Colchester to continue to apply. If it succeeds, then it's up and away for the city. If not, well, no harm has been done. There are any number of reasons in favour of an application, but the first and most important reason, as far as I'm concerned, is to make people think differently about Colchester. Culture and heritage tourism is our lifeblood. It's going to be our only real economic future. The sums are astonishing. Just 100 extra tourists a weekend, and that's not very many to aim for, is worth £5 million using standard figures. But at present, people are not coming in the quantities needed. Why? Lots of reasons, but fundamentally it's a matter of perception. There are two problems here. The first is of course, the way Colchester is perceived outside. At present, and I'm sorry to say this, is one of a drug-fueled, knife crime-ridden town with nothing much to offer. The second problem is the perception locally of a small, neglected, sleepy country market town full of potholes with nothing to do. Both of these are totally incorrect, and damaging perceptions have to be changed and fast. It's a matter of education, but before we can educate, we have to make people stop and think. Becoming a city can contribute to this in a way that nothing else can. Colchester is an A-list cultural historical city with a lot going for itself, which consistently punches above its weight. I really don't have to point out the huge number of unique things that Colchester has and does. Its problems, and there are a few, are no worse and a lot better than most. So I urge you members to pass the motion and allow the portfolio holder who is passionate about Colchester and its future to get on with the job. Next stop, City of Culture. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Clifford. If you could pass that to the Cabinet, I think that would be appropriate, although we'll be discussing it tonight, as Mr. Kelly says. And you now have a contribution from Catherine Spindler, I believe, to read out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is Catherine Spindler's statement. With our climate now in crisis, we all accept the urgency for change to save not just our planet, but our future. I am therefore requesting help and support to enable residents in Newtown to do their bit. At present, owning an electric vehicle is next to impossible in parts of the Newtown area, as the chances of parking outside your own property is either highly unlikely or impossible. Therefore, residents are unable to have charging points. The government's on-street residential charge point scheme is welcome, however. However, the clock is ticking for local authorities to bid for these funds. I propose that Newtown be considered to bid for this funding due to the high pressure of parking in the area that is preventing residents from investing in an electric vehicle. I request that the council investigate, consult and bid for a minimum of 3 schemes for dedicated electric meter charge point bays in the parking area at the Old Heath Recreation Ground off Port Lane, as well as the same dedicated bays in Kimberley Road and Newtown Road, due to these roads having feeder roads off them. Additional sites in other parts of Newtown and Christchurch, of course, would be most welcome. I also ask whether the council is considering metered electronic charge bays for all of the car park sites that are in its ownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd invite Councillor Crowe, the portfolio holder for the Environment and Sustainability, to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad this has been raised, and I'm very much aware of the problems with parking for residents of Newtown and how difficult it is to park anywhere near outside your own house, let alone the same street sometimes, and how impossible that must make it for electric vehicle owners or anyone considering buying one to make that move. So I'm really pleased to say that we've made an application for funding from the residential charge point scheme, and and have excuse me, to install EV charging points into a CVC car park in the recreation ground location that was mentioned. And this is subject to a feasibility study that's being undertaken at the moment. And we're also looking at a number of other locations across Colchester and Wivenhoe for electric vehicle charging points. Essex County Council currently deal with on-street charging and are imminently appointing an officer who's going to be responsible for developing an on-street EV charging strategy. And we're looking forward to seeing how that develops and working with them to make that happen. And I'm also pleased to be able to say this evening that the council is actively working on EV charging infrastructure in its town centre car parks, and we should have an announcement fairly soon about some movement on that issue. So I'm very glad the resident has raised this, and we're progressing with this matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowe. I'm glad this progress is being made. With your agreement, councillors, I'd like to introduce you to Garrison Commander Colonel Ed Rankin, and also the Garrison Sergeant Major Andy Lamont. They've come to the meeting to listen to our debate number 8.1 on military service in Afghanistan. And because of their presence, I think we should take that first. I hope you're agreeable with that. Yep, thank you. So I'd like to now ask Councillor Dundas to move motion H on behalf of himself and all group leaders. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would we just like to wait for them to come forward first?
They're right behind you.
Aha. Are we doing the introductions first, or would you like me to move the motion? No.
Yes, you've got to introduce the motion
Oh,
first.
I shall introduce the motion then. I move that the motion on military service in Afghanistan, the details of which are at page 2 of the supplementary agenda for this meeting, be approved and adopted. This motion H. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to join with everybody and no doubt group leaders and councillors in welcoming the Garrison Commander and Sergeant Major to the Town Hall this evening. You are always very welcome. We could probably have a long debate about when Colchester's connection with the military dates from. Some will say 43 AD, some will say Victorian times and the current garrison, but I think we can all agree it is a very, very long time. We can also agree that Colchester as a town, I won't say city yet, is intrinsically linked to the military. It always has been, and I hope always will be. The garrison and those who serve there, past, future and present, are a huge part of our community. And I emphasize the word community because you are not simply people who pass through for a short period of time. You live here, make your lives here, your children grow up here, and in many cases after leaving the service, stay in Colchester. You are part of it all. And above all, we are extremely proud of you. We are extremely proud to have you here in this borough, serving our country, this town, and on some occasions, paying the ultimate price for doing so. The UK's deployment to Afghanistan is, I think I'm right in saying, one of the longest active deployments overseas by UK forces in modern times. 457 armed forces personnel left for Afghanistan and did not return, a number from Colchester, including 10 from just one tour in 2008. So we say thank you. Thank you for everything you have done, everything you continue to do, and everything you will do for us in the future. And I'll leave with one final thought. The men and women who come to Colchester and are then deployed overseas come from many parts of the UK and the world. But when they leave to do so, they travel as sons and daughters of Colchester. And when they return, they should always know they will be welcomed home, back to Colchester as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dundas. We now have Councillor Hazel, followed by Councillor Buston.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible for Councillor Buston to go first and I will speak after him? Thank you.
Right, do carry on, Councillor Buston. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. Normally it's ladies first, but thank you. One of the jobs I have been asked to do this year, and I've been very pleased to accept the appointment, is as the Colchester Borough Military Champion. I'm very pleased to do that because it offers a link, a formal link to servicemen currently serving as well as veterans, directly to a named person. And I think that's extremely important. One of the things that the military is used to is dealing with named people. And if they have somebody that they can actually get hold of, they prefer that. Our service people in general are not looking for our sympathy for the job that they do. They choose to do it, they're very professional at doing it, but they do need our empathy. There is a difference between the two items. And I'm delighted to see that Colchester Borough Council, in signing up to the Armed Forces Covenant, shows that empathy. And it's a continual thing. We need to build on it, as I'm sure we do. The residents of the Borough of Colchester, speaking through us, are deeply grateful, nonetheless, to all of those who have put themselves in danger in order that we and they may sleep safely in our own beds at night. And for the last 20 years or so, those who have been deployed on the various Operation Herricks have been pretty successful in interrupting the export of terror to our streets. That's the fundamental reason we've been there. And to my mind, it has been a successful operation. It has sadly resulted in a number of folk not coming back to us, and we're very sorry to see that. The garrison has many soldiers in addition to those who have served with 16 Brigade, who are the majority of the folk that serve in Colchester, but they all deserve our thanks and respect, including quite a number of reservists, who most of you will remember as the TA, which I was pleased to serve myself for a number of years, including in 16 Brigade, who've been able to answer the call to support their regular colleagues. The rapid response of the brigade, as well as the professional and steadfast nature of it, was so recently highlighted in Operation Pitting, which was the rapid deployment of 2 para to assist in the final drawdown and evacuation of friendly forces, and as many of those who had so selflessly supported us as we could was so recently and graphically seen on our TV screens last August. We are very pleased as a borough to welcome those folk who are coming to be with us, and I encourage everyone to welcome them into our community. But thank you, gentlemen, and I know you will take this back to the command. Thank you for all that your soldiers do and will continue to do for us. Thank you.
Councillor Hazel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my many years' experience working for our in-service personnel, I can attest to their absolute dedication and commitment to serving our country in whichever way they are asked. Our gratitude and thanks to them for all their service, and we must not forget to say thank you too to their families who also serve. Their support is fundamental to the well-being of our troops. In the Gazette on the 11th of October, we read the testimonies of soldiers who were sent at a moment's notice to Kabul to evacuate as many people as they were able. As Lieutenant Colonel Justin Baker reported, they evacuated 15,000 people in the most difficult of circumstances and the shortest of time, and all that without losing any soldiers. He himself had been one of the first to deploy to Afghanistan 19 years ago, and yet here he just took the mantle and went off to Afghanistan yet again in service of this country. I thank you all, and I'm so dedicated to your support, and thank you for everything you do for our town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hazel. Councillor Barton next, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much want to support this motion. It's been an honour for me to have been the Armed Forces Community Champion for the borough for quite a number of years. Through the Armed Forces Covenant, we've delivered many positives through working in partnership. Colchester is extremely proud of its close connection with the garrison. I would like to remember the sacrifice of those who paid the ultimate price while serving in Afghanistan, those who have life-changing injuries, both physical and mental, their families who kept the home fires burning, praying they wouldn't get that knock on the door. I thank them all for their courage, their bravery and their professionalism. We're proud of our forces. It's their commitment and their loyalty which enables us to have the freedoms we have today. And I fully support this motion, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barton. Next, Councillor Fox, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. 20 years ago, British Armed Forces freed the people of Afghanistan as part of an international force from a barbaric regime that harboured terrorists intent on destroying our way of life. And over the last 20 years, they were followed by diplomats, civil servants, and humanitarian workers, protecting them and making Afghanistan a better place. We know that their endeavours were not without cost to life, injury, and the long-term impact of conflict on those who served and their families. Thank you for joining us this evening. You are our friends and neighbours, and for however long you are in Colchester with us. This year, our heroic soldiers based at Colchester Garrison rapidly responded to events on the ground and showed they were the best of British. It's testament to their skills and training that they all returned safely, having evacuated thousands of British citizens and Afghans. The time has now come for us in Colchester here to extend a warm welcome to the Afghan families making their way to the UK, those who have supported British Armed Forces over the last 20 years. Colchester is a borough of sanctuary and has a history of supporting those fleeing fear and persecution over the centuries. Can I just end by saying thank you. We owe you who have served in our armed forces and those who have supported them a debt of gratitude for the dedication and sacrifices that you have made. You have improved the lives of countless individuals in Afghanistan and at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. We now have Councillor Corey, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Fox. That was very well said, and everyone who's spoken so far, and especially Councillor Barton with her work that she's done over the years on this council. I fully support this motion, and I very much welcome both of you here this evening to listen to our thanks and to take it back to the women and men who serve in the forces here in our fantastic borough. I think some of us have been lucky to attend the garrison, and in my previous role, I did. We get to see firsthand how you carry yourselves and how you act and everything that comes with that role. and how you burden that sort of the pressure of it. And even more so in the recent months where we've seen that rapid deployment, and also the understanding that you went over to Afghanistan to support that population, to make the world a better place, not just in that country, but the whole world. And I really thank you for that. And I can't imagine the horrors that you and your forces have seen. It's with sadness that we see how the country is at the moment, but I am optimistic that the work you did changed that country, and we will see opportunities improve, I hope, as a result of everything that you did there. I'd also like to thank the officers who have worked on the covenant and to get to the gold award that this council has for the work we do in partnership with the armed forces. I had the privilege of going to collect that award in London along with Councillor Barton and Sam Goodman, who was the officer who took us to that point of the gold award. I've asked in previous questions when talking about the crisis to the leader and to this council that we absolutely honour that gold award and go above and beyond to support where we can the armed forces who are currently serving and in our town, but also the ex-service men and women who often do suffer from PTSD and other mental health issues. I want to make sure we thoroughly support them, whether that's through the housing schemes that we've done or through alliance work with NHS partners as well. I'd like to just say that I did draft a motion in a similar vein to this, but also to talk about the support to refugees. And I urge the leader of the council as well in his role more nationally to ask for better funding from the government to support housing of the refugees, because we don't get enough in order to help with the integration. Furthermore, to ensure that we support the armed forces with the mental health support they need when seeing such horrific scenes that we heard and saw on the news withdrawing from Afghanistan. So thank you again. Please pass on our warm gratitude. And actually, I wish we can experience more by visiting you and understanding the roles you take. So I'd be very much up for more partnership working in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Corey. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to our honoured guests. I hope you feel that tonight, because that's how we feel having your presence here. Most of us just glimpse the military. It's the reality. You fly over and sort of shake the windows, which is quite good fun, and we wonder what you're up to. Some of us have the privilege of seeing you at work. I did for a time in Iraq, but as my son who served in Afghan pointed out to me, it's not the same thing to fly over and live in the embassy or nearby behind the blast walls. I don't know what he meant by that, but he did obviously, like others, share the experiences. And I think it'd be right to sort of talk to that as well, because you're an extraordinary set of linked clans who sort of, I had to say taking the pee, oh dear, I've said it, constantly push and shove, constant comradeship, and your example of how you bind yourself together, how you deliver extraordinarily is one that I've seen on and off through my life, and I've seen it through the eyes of my son and some of his friends. And that vivid, visceral set of experiences that no one here, unless they've served in combat, can understand, is of course what you will know. And we must acknowledge that, because that leads us to loss of life, loss of limb, loss of time with family and friends. And I've no doubt that it changes you. Often, it might be said, for the better, but it changes you. It does. I've got a grandson who's going to go the same route, it seems. He looks just the same as my son did when he was 18. Very, very, very short hair, very, very fit. Won't admit to anything at all. So I think he's quite well set for the life that you guys will lead. So if I can, on behalf of my family, the family of this council, and the family of Colchester, say to you, we, as I say, can at best only glimpse. I think it's great that you're here. I think it'd be great if you share your times and experiences best you can, although they are by their nature so very, very personal. And I hope you will take away from us here our sincere gratitude and appreciation for you. You did a fantastic job, and please pass that on. It's extraordinary service for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Chua next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I add my admiration and my thanks to all that has been said, and thank the Army for all that you have been doing, not just in your military services, but also in your civic duties that you're called upon to do, and you're always ready to do it. I was very fortunate and in my mayoral year to sign the covenant between the Army, the council, and working for the people of Colchester. And also in my mayoral year, you've given the freedom of the borough, and you were marching through the streets of Colchester with lots of people watching. And really, if you're given the chance again, we would love to see you march through. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you to your families who are looking after you, and you looking after families and all the people around Colchester and also around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chua. Councillor Mannion, please, next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleague, Councillor Ellis, reminded me that this is a maiden speech. All I can say is some maiden. I am a retired naval aviator, and that in an army town too. But then again, nobody is perfect. Having served alongside and with the paras, it has given me a slightly different perspective on how they see military service. These guys are incredibly skilled and brave, almost to the point of being slightly bonkers. And I hope any para members listening at this time will forgive me for that. I am somewhat in awe of their performance. I had an occasion to transport a platoon of paras from ship to shore. And before liftoff, a member of the platoon asked me, how can I deal with living on a ship? Why, I asked. Well, it moves, was the reply. It goes up and down and rolls. Of course, I said, if it didn't, we'd be in big trouble. I had to ask, of course, you guys jump out of perfectly serviceable aircraft. Why? And then you leap off landing craft into enemy fire without a thought, or at least you seem to have no care. His reply was, because we do. That is what we do. And then he said, look at you and this rotary wing heap. Yes, I said, but this is what I do. Hopefully get you all safe and dry to where you want to go. A true story, albeit some good few years ago. However, my point is that all three services work together under different conditions and means of training. But when push comes to shove, cooperation, support, and companionship comes to the fore. This is what we see in Colchester. Our military, and it is ours, support this town, provide input on how the town is, and will, if called upon, help the civilian authorities. The military in Colchester, in particular the paras, gave the citizens of Afghanistan hope and succor. They have not strived in vain, despite their losses, and some areas of comment in the media. We should be very proud of the military, in particular those who are based in our town. We must continue to support our military and uphold the commitments we have made to them through the Armed Forces Covenant. And I thank them. Mayor and members, I commend this motion and ask that we all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mannion. Councillor Goss next, please.
Good evening, and it's an absolute honour to have you here this evening, joining us to hear words, very warm words from all of us. I'm very pleased that this motion has come forward. So I did actually approach Councillor Dundas as leader of the council some weeks ago to say we should do something to honour everything that has been done by the troops in Afghanistan. And this is a culmination of an agreed motion that has got universal support, and absolutely right it should, that all of us support this, just to say thank you for everything that you've been that has been done. What this motion isn't going to do is judge the successes and failures of what happened in Afghanistan, but I think it's very fair to say that what has happened in the last 20 years has improved the lives of people and given people new freedoms that they didn't have before. Women and children, for instance, being educated and allowed to go out. Now, sadly, there might be some retrograde steps on that, but there's nothing we can do here tonight, and that isn't what we're here to talk about. But it does show the positive impact that you've had. So thank you. And thank you for all those people in Afghanistan. Any loss of life is always tragic and regrettable, but unfortunately, that is what happens when people go to war. And obviously, we will always remember all of those people that tragically lost their lives, and obviously the impact it had on their families. I do hope that the public will be able to show their appreciation. Because of COVID, we've not had Remembrance Sunday in its true form in the last couple of years, and I'm hoping, taking into account COVID safety, we will be able to see some form of normality where the public can come forward safely and say thank you, as they've not been able to do that in the last couple of years. And I'm really looking forward, and I'm sure everyone else here is today, to trying to play some small part in that, where we can honour all of you truly, publicly, to say thank you from everyone in this town. So it just goes to say that absolutely we'll all be supporting this motion tonight, I hope. I would be surprised if anyone didn't. And again, thank you for joining us, and please do take back all these words to everyone at the Garrison and in Colchester, and we wish you all the very, very best from everyone here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goss. Before we go to Councillor Hogg, we'll get Councillor Mannion to switch his microphone off, please. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A bit of back history in my introduction to Para. I know this is a very serious issue, but it didn't start in a serious fashion. Some 20 years and 5 months ago, I found myself as Mayor of Colchester, sitting in an armchair on the Garrison sports field with General Mike Jackson, the man who they call the Prince of Darkness, but not to his face. After a couple of G&Ts, we sat there waiting for an aircraft circling overhead for 6 paratroopers to jump out and land on the cricket square. General Jackson turned to me and said, "Well, the form is like this, Mr. Mayor. When they've landed and formed up in a line, you will walk out and welcome them, each para to Colchester, and welcome 2 para to Colchester as well." I thought, well, I can do that. How could that possibly go wrong? I walked out and I shook hands with the first para. I said, "Welcome to Colchester, welcome to 2 para. I hope you'll be very happy here and you'll form a part of our community. We are very pleased to see you." To which he replied, to which he replied, "Good day, mate, it's good to be here. I see you wearing the Brisbane City tie. Have you been to Brisbane?" So I said, "Yes." I said, "It was given to me by the Mayor of Brisbane when I was on holiday there." She said, "Geez, you travel in top circles, don't you, mate?" I said, "Could you please tell me what you're doing? How is an Australian from Brisbane in 2 para and landing on our field?" He said, "Just helping out, mate, just helping out." Well, in the last 20 odd years, they've done more than help out. 2 para and the paratroopers and 16 Air Assault Brigade have more than helped us out this past 20 years and have served with dedication and diligence across the globe in areas of conflict, all the way to Kabul, where they extracted hundreds of men, women and children from an appalling situation. Mr. Mayor, I support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hogg. And if I could just say a few words, that today I was honoured as Mayor to attend a former officers' lunch, Army officers' lunch, where there were majors, brigadiers, all sorts, but all of whom have chosen to live in Colchester and continue to live in Colchester. And I think when we also opened the memorial for the paras down at Castle Park earlier in the year, again, so many of the former troops are living in amongst us. And I think that's what makes Colchester so special, that actually, they are part of us, joined at the hip, and we are proud to be part of them. And if I could just say, Colonel Rankin, that the newspaper reports were so moving, and the fact that your troops valiantly tried to rescue all these poor Afghans for a better life, children, it's heartbreaking. And I'm sure, we are so grateful for them trying their best, and we hope that everything will, that they've all recovered and they'll continue to serve you well. So Colchester is proud to support all of you. Thank you. I believe Councillor Dundas has to sum up now.
I think I do, Mr. Mayor, but I'm going to be very, very brief. I think some fabulous speeches this evening, very heartfelt. I think it will be a unanimous vote. I know also that the borough's 3 MPs, Will Prince, Priti Patel and Sir Bernard Jenkins would also endorse everything said. I must admit, I was a little bit confused why Councillor Hogg met somebody with a Welsh accent in Brisbane, but there we go. But I think all I will say is reiterate what everybody said. Thank you very much, and I think we should move straight to the vote.
So, councillors, we will now move to the vote. I think, bearing in mind the mood in the room, I think we can use hands rather than name vote. So, hands up, those that support the motion.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Unanimous. So, I'd like to invite Colonel Rankin to respond. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Just before I go to my prepared speech, just wanted to say a huge thank you, but also, whilst wearing the face mask, myself and the GSM, a real range of emotions and very serious points, but also some smiles and laughter. And I thought you really captured the essence of our culture, humour, and particularly the families and wider community. But just to say, on behalf of all ranks from Colchester Garrison who've served in Afghanistan over the last 20 years on operations, most recently this summer on the mission to evacuate British people and entitled Afghans from Kabul, this motion of thanks is most warmly received. Our service personnel and their families recognise Colchester as one of their best lived experience tours. And if I had to pick one reason, it would be down to the enduring support and special relationship the garrison has with the borough and its people. For this, I offer our sincere thanks and would ask that this response is made a record with the motion. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you both for attending, and I hope the troops that will much appreciate our support. We now move on to motion A, and I believe I have to read that out. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of July 2021 in Charter Hall be confirmed as a correct record. Are you agreeable? We now have Mayor's announcements, and I won't take too much time up because obviously it's going to be a long meeting, but just to say that the Oyster Feast will be held on the 29th of October. I'm delighted a few councillors are coming. Thank you. We have over 220 guests, hopefully. COVID's subject to COVID. And obviously we've got guest speakers, Sally Shaw, the successful director of First Sight, Peter Shilton, the OBE, the very record-breaking footballer, Professor Tom Cameron from Essex University, who has doing a lot of work on the oyster regeneration, and Nigel Hildreth, MBE, who needs no introduction, but there will be quite a bit of music at the feast, hopefully. So I'm sure you'll read about it. On the 11th of November, of course, we've got Armistice Day, and that's Thursday. So we will be having a silence on the town hall steps, and you're very welcome to join me as mayor on that at just before 11 o'clock. On Remembrance Sunday, Sunday the 14th of November, we do hope, COVID dependent, to hold the traditional event from the town hall with robes and parade down to the War Memorial, and then return to the town hall, probably the Moot Hall, with refreshments afterwards. So again, I'd very much appreciate your support, as would the mayoress, if you'd like to bring your partners. We're also planning to hold a civic carol service, which I believe is going to be on Sunday the 19th of December, but more information will be sent on that soon. Yesterday, we had a very successful visit to the Bulmer Brickworks, just over the border into Braintree, and that was fascinating. They only do handmade bricks or tiles, and they're currently creating new bricks for the Tower of London, for Kensington Palace, and for various other high value properties. So a family firm in their third or fourth generation. So it was encouraging to see, and quite a slow, painful process, but you have to wait months for it to dry by air, and then it's kiln dried, of course, after that. So, but one of only two traditional brickworks in the whole country now. That's the end of my announcements. So we'll now move on to items referred to under the call-in procedure, and there are none. So we now go on to 7, which is recommendations of cabinets, panels and committees. And 7.1 is Colchester's bid for city status. And I'd like to invite Councillor Laws, who's the portfolio holder for the Economy, Business and Heritage, to move motion B for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to move the recommendation contained in draft minute 598 of the Cabinet meeting of the 13th of October 2021 be approved and adopted. I'm really proud to be able to speak up about this matter. In fact, I was on the radio on Thursday last week with Sir David Amess MP. And I just want on record to congratulate Southend for seeking this honourable status and getting it. And to put on record that Sir David Amess was just such a gentleman, even though we were at that stage directly competing with each other. He had nothing but kindness to say about Colchester. And so I think that I just wanted to express how grateful I was for that, and good luck to the people of Southend. Now, I know that there is perhaps some varying levels of enthusiasm in the room on this. I accept that. I accept there are unanswered questions around perhaps the identities of existing communities. And I know that, you know, some people fear that, you know, are they suddenly not going to be living in a village or a town or a borough because we're now a city? And, you know, I think that those conversations are valid, but actually, you know, in doing this, there is no intent of suddenly rewriting brand identities for people who identify themselves as living in particular communities. And also the costs involved of this application are minuscule, and the PR benefits of going through the process are simply phenomenal. You've probably already seen on BBC News and other national media. It's really good profiling for Colchester. Now, the Romans came here. If it wasn't for the Romans, we wouldn't be here tonight. And they came here nearly 2,000 years ago. And that's significant. That's 2,000 years of continuous urban occupation. And they made this place their city. They actually called it a city. They called it Colonia Victrenicis, the city of the victorious. And then in Doomsday, in 1086, again, we're recorded as a city. And then in the Civil War, again, we're recorded as a city, and not just any city, a royal city. And our connections with the monarchy and the military are unrivaled. They're unrivaled in East Anglia. And that is a significant factor of why we should be doing this tonight. Now we have the assets and we can all list them, can't we? An internationally renowned university, an internationally renowned zoo, the oldest and longest Roman walls in the country, the largest Norman keep, multiple train stations, all sorts of reasons why. But it's not just about the tangibles, and I just want to dwell on this in quite depth if I can, because for me, there's so many intangibles as to why we should be a city. It's about what it says for us as people. It's about our values. We are open. We are open to business. We are open to people from fleeing persecution. We've long done that, and long may that continue. We're open to diversity. We're open to forward thinking and not harking back into black and white analog days, but actually grabbing this and trying to shape how we want this place to be in the future. And that open-mindedness, I think, is important. We're also open about our impact on the environment and our biodiversity and why addressing that matters. And I think that's important. So the benefits of doing this, well, I think there is going to be inward investment. I think if you've been to Chelmsford, if you've enjoyed shopping around Bond Street and John Lewis there and the streets around there, you'll see the impact. You can see the impact of inward investment in Chelmsford by simply staying on the train line to London and having a look around the train station to see the impact. And that doesn't mean that I want suddenly Colchester to become a John Lewis city, because actually I rather like Norwich, and I rather like the individual small, medium-sized craft bespoke businesses in the lanes in Norwich. So maybe we can have somewhere in between the two. Now, the other main reason we should do this is international tourism. There's no doubt in my mind, if you're flicking through the EasyJet catalogue and you're looking at city destinations, given the location of Stansted, to see Colchester there. And as you've already heard this evening from a very, very good contribution from a member of the public, just having 100 extra people stay in our hotels on a night has a huge impact. So imagine if we go out there on an international stage saying Colchester is open for business, we are a tourist destination you need to come and see. I think that the rewards from that are going to trickle down, and we're all as residents going to benefit from that. Now, the support for this is wide. The garrison support this. The universities support this, multiple businesses support this, NHS services support this, the High Steward supports this, our 3 MPs support this. And actually in 2012, this council supported this. We did this in 2012 collectively, and we should be doing it now. I urge you to vote for it tonight.
Councillor Laws, you have had your 5 minutes, but you have yet to move the motion. Would you like to move the motion?
I move the motion that the recommendation contained in draft minute 598 of the Cabinet meeting of the 13th of October 2021 be approved and adopted. I thought I had done that, sir, but I thought I had done that.
I'm getting advice.
Okay. Okay. Can I have one last sentence?
One
last sentence.
Go on.
Does making a man a knight make him a better fighter? Yes, it does. This matters. Let's go fight for Colchester. Let's fight for Colchester's infrastructure. Let's fight to promote Colchester's heritage, and let's win this competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laws. Councillor Dundas is next. Thank you.
How do I follow that, Mr. Mayor? But I'll start by endorsing Councillor Laws's comments about Southend. I've been on something of a bit of a road to Damascus conversion with city status. When we last bid, I wasn't particularly enthusiastic. I wasn't against it, but struggled to see the point. However, since 2012, I've become increasingly convinced Chelmsford has benefited from being awarded it in 2012. I can't give you figures. I can't deny the argument that anything and everything which has happened in Chelmsford since would have happened anyway. There's no cost benefit analysis I can show you. I can't demonstrate it on the spreadsheet. It is a feeling, a view, and I think one many share. Sometimes you just have to go with that. What I am convinced about is that it has not had a negative effect on Chelmsford. I see no widespread return us to a town campaign going on there. If the worst which can happen is that becoming a city brings no benefits at all, but at best it genuinely does help us, that seems a pretty good odds to do something. If it helps add 1% to us being able to attract investment, employers and visitors, that can sometimes make the difference. I know people argue about the identity and fate of our villages and towns located in the borough, but looking at Chelmsford again, have places like Baddow, Danbury or Margaretting really lost anything through this process? Do we have a Pleshy Metro, 80-storey skyscrapers in Good Easter, the big Nacre orbital motorway? As far as I'm aware, we haven't, and I actually think they have their identities just as before. The other thing which has persuaded me is the process. Putting into writing all the things Colchester has going for it is a useful exercise, and doing this and reading the excellent testimonials as to why they support the bid from places like the University and Garrison has demonstrated to me we actually have a really, really good case. The bidding process makes it clear this is not a competition. Each application will be decided on its own merits. There is room for 3 cities in Essex. Many counties smaller in population and geography than Essex have 3 or more cities. This is not a half-hearted bid. We have an excellent case and an excellent chance if it is treated on its merits. As I said at the start, I can't list the tangible benefits of a city status. They are intangible, but right or wrong, I think they exist. I realise identity is a very personal thing and people will, rightly, vote with their hearts this evening. But I've genuinely become convinced we have little to lose and possibly quite a lot to gain, and we have a very strong case. So I will be supporting the motion and supporting the bid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dundas. Councillor Fox next, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to echo Councillor Laws's remarks to start with by saying that I agree with the decision to award city status to Southend earlier this week too. It was a fitting tribute to Sir David Ames and his own campaign. Essex is a great county, one of the country's finest. And I agree with Councillor Dundas that it is more than big enough to have 3 cities. UK cities come in all shapes and sizes. Some have cities within cities. Some have towns within cities and some have towns and villages within cities. As I said when I addressed Cabinet last week, a bid for city status will only be successful if it has broad public support. It should have tangible benefits for Colchester, recognising its long history, its military and royal connections. It should also recognise that Colchester is a diverse borough with towns and villages that all have their separate identities too. But it cannot just be those that the council think are the great and the good of Colchester that get involved in the bid. Many people do identify Colchester as a town, but we are a place, as has been said, dating back to before the Romans, and we have an even brighter future. The Romans named Colchester the first city in Britain. And there is much that is good about Colchester, and I will reel off all the things that I think there are. It has the country's only Roman circus, the largest Norman castle keep in Europe, surrounded by our beautiful Castle Park. The UK's Museum of the Year in First Sight, the Roman River Festival, and now a fringe festival too. A brand new Mercury Theatre, Colchester Arts Centre, Colchester Zoo, a brand new state-of-the-art sports park at Northern Gateway, a world-class university, Colchester Garrison, and world-famous oysters and Tiptree jam. It has the best that urban, country, and a coastline has to offer, a diverse and creative community, and so much more. If the administration can bring all those together, then I can also support a bid for city status. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fox. So we next have Councillor Corey, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not often that you sit here and really enjoy a speech from the other side, but I did enjoy the history that Councillor Laws you put forward. I do like the history of Colchester. I teach history and think it's fantastic, everything we have here. And I really did get your passion with that. The only one thing was the last sentence. Don't forget that there are excellent female soldiers that are out there that can be inspired too. I do, however, have mixed views on this. And I do fully understand that we are Britain's first city. And I think that's a fantastic historical fact that has not been taken away from us. However, when, and the Deputy Mayor will understand as well, when we took through the change of the sort of strapline for the town, there was quite a division amongst people and a lot of townspeople saying we are not a city, which I understood at the time. We were not saying we were saying we had been, and we celebrated that history. So I feel we need to take the public with us. And at the moment, I'm not convinced we fully have them on board. So I implore you, Councillor Laws, to continue your historical speeches to influence the public more. But I would say we are here to represent our residents. And I know that if I go back to my town of Wivenhoe, that I feel they would believe there are other more important things for us to get on with, to spend time, money and effort on. So I feel I cannot fully support this, partly due to the experience of the public and what we witnessed a few years ago. I do thoroughly believe in the comments made by Councillor Fox about the fantastic offers we have as a town and as a borough. But I would say that we need to take the people with us. And at the moment, I don't fully see that, but I wish you well with telling that story. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corey. Our next speaker is Councillor Barber, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I refer much to my comments I made in Cabinet last week, in which I queried the benefits of progressing with this application. At the time, I didn't hear any answers to that. And I remain unconvinced by the arguments to lose our identity, which is a town surrounded by countryside and villages, for a status which people who I have spoken to are clearly against, do not want, and feel we need to prioritise other matters. And often when support is given for city status, there is discussion about the economic benefits. But we have point A, which is city status, and then this purported point C, which is an economic, cultural and historic nirvana. So I asked for the evidence as to how do we get from point A and to point C? But unfortunately, that point B remains missing. And so I did my own research into the matter to see how have other towns that have city status conferred on them responded economically. And there isn't much studies on this. It's quite a niche subject, admittedly, but there has been one by Dr. Steve Musson from the University of Reading, who concluded places that became cities did not see any pattern of more investment or jobs. There's no particularly clear economic evidence. Just as many new cities grew slower than grew faster. So it is a status issue. And then we get on to the question, well, is a city any better for being a town? I would say not. They're just as vital as towns and villages. They all form an integral part of our fabric, that is our society. They're equally important, with equally different roles. But we are not a city, we are a town, a borough town. Therefore, I believe that bidding for city status removes an identity people feel very strongly about, with no clear economic benefit. Now, if a huge packet of investment came forward as part of city status, people get new powers and new responsibilities, I could understand the argument for it, because I could see a clear economic benefit. But we won't have any administrative changes and still be a borough council as a result, which I like. I think that's integral to our identity, having a borough council as a town. But we're potentially ripping that away without any clear benefit. There are enough challenges in this borough. City status does not address any of them. My residents want this council to get on with their priorities, and that is not losing their identity without any clear benefit. And Mr. Mayor, I would submit them to this chamber to all reflect on what the public would like and the lack of empirical evidence, and vote down the bid for city status. There are other more important matters to pursue. We have all these wonderful assets. We can all list them. We just need to make the most of them. And as city status, there is no evidence that it increases investment or jobs. I do not think that is the right route to go. And Reading is the fastest growing place in the borough, and that is a town, country, and that is a town, just to make that clear at the end.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Councillor Barber. Councillor Chapman next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not entirely sure how many times I've voted on this particular matter. It may be 3 and it may be 4. I'm not entirely clear, and I've changed my mind over those years. 10 years ago, I was certainly against, and I've got my speech I made at that time here. I think 20 years ago, I did support the recommendation. I was mayor at that time. The concerns that I expressed 10 years ago are quite pertinent today, I think. It is that relationship with rural areas that has been outlined earlier. It's just so difficult for people to understand that if they still live in a village, they are part of a city. And okay, that may well work in Chelmsford, but I just don't understand. I haven't had any proof that people accept that as a sensible way of living. We also need, I said it again, going back to my speech, which is very, very similar problems 10 years ago. There's the benefits are totally unclear, frankly. We had an application at that time, I think there's 20 pages, quite a glossy application. And it was riddled with errors and mistakes. I pointed out a lot of those in my speech, as I say, at that time. And I'm slightly mystified because I was told that this particular application this year was just a simple form that we had to fill in. Looking at the cabinet report, that again talks about a 20-page document that's needed. So I query exactly how that's going to be produced. And I just hope if you are going to do it, if it does go through tonight, and you do have to produce that, you do make a better job of it than you did 20 years ago, quite frankly. Okay, I could be tempted to the other idea of supporting the city being part of the borough. Perhaps the old Roman Colonia would be a city, a footprint of a city. Perhaps the old borough could be that. But again, that is a problem to me because I've been moaning a little bit recently about the town deal omitting the rural areas. And of course, if we bring that in the future, the city into the smaller area, then that produces that same sort of problem of how are we going to convince the rural areas, the villages, that they are part of Colchester. It's a conundrum to me. I'm not convinced either way. On the other side, I think go back to my roots. I'm a Colchestrian. My family lived in the town centre for at least 200 years. I haven't been on Who Do You Think You Are yet, so I'm not sure where we came from before that. But I've lived in the town centre, traded in the town centre for many, many years. So I've got a desperate need to accept that we need to try and improve Colchester in some way. I accept that. So in summary, I just think if the portfolio holder can again try and explain some of those benefits as he sees them to the rural areas, he has attempted to do that, I think, but I haven't quite grasped that. I would like some more answers on the application process, please, Mr. Mayor. I think, are we going to produce a 20-page leaflet or not? I will be making up my mind which way I'll be voting at the end of the debate.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Willits, next, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the council has made several unsuccessful bids for city status. And I think it's quite clear that we do not have the characteristics in Colchester of a modern city. And despite the planning policy of primacy for the town centre, it is in decline. Tollgate is due to overtake the centre as the main retail area. The council's promotion of its flagship Northern Gateway will further denude the centre of its main cinema, entertainments and recreation. Inevitably, Mr. Mayor, the honours adjudicators must give significant weighting to the evidence of a city-like commercial centre in the great scheme of things. Furthermore, the adjudicators will quickly learn that public opinion is not with us on this. At the Lexton end of my ward, there's a 50-50 split for or against. In the rural areas, with negligible public transport, potholes the size of Olympic swimming pools, city status is treated mostly as a joke, Mr. Mayor, likely to make no difference whatsoever, so why are we bothering? So I believe the prospects of city status for the whole of the borough is dim indeed. But I perceive only one approach that might catch the eye of the adjudicators. That is to build an argument based on affirmation of our Roman city status. In our bid, we should use the model of London. The city of Colchester should be just that area contained within the Roman city walls, not the entire borough, not the villages, certainly not. All that makes Colchester famous, both ancient and modern, is within the walls. The castle, the priory, the Balkan Water Tower, the Mercury, First Sight, Dutch Quarter, hospitality, and the best nighttime economy, unparalleled south of Newcastle. We should remind the adjudicators that from within these city walls, under the Romans, Colchester was the first capital of the country. From within these city walls, under the Normans, Colchester was a pivot for dominance of East Anglia. And within these city walls in medieval times, much of England's history and civil war was played out. I believe a city bid for the whole of the borough is doomed to failure right from the start. But Mr. Mayor, a bid for confirmation in modern times of our Roman city status is interesting and it's unique. It may well succeed in catching the imagination of the adjudicators, and I believe that is what we should do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willits. Councillor Scott Patel, please.
Thank you. Stanway is probably the closest village to the borough. We are separated from Colchester by the Dyke, Grimes Dyke. And I know of people still living in Stanway, and bearing in mind that we have had Stanway families living there for generations. I know, I'm thinking of one person in particular, when he was a child, he would not cross from Pear Tree Road into Dugard Avenue because that was Colchester. I'm also hearing that there is a possibility, there are a very few who are looking to make Stanway a town. That is a step too far for the Stanway residents. They are proud of being a village. You know, we have got, I call it the Stanway Zoo, and I would happily support a city status for the urban areas of Colchester, but not the rural areas and Stanway. Yeah, if it does go ahead and you know, the town centre does become the city, I won't ask for passports for people to leave the city to visit the Stanway Zoo, sorry, the Colchester Zoo. So that's the point I wanted to make for my residents. I think there is still very strongly the feeling that we in Stanway are not part of Colchester. We are Stanway and we're proud of Stanway and we want to remain a village. Thank you.
It's ironic, of course, that Stanway was the capital of the Trevanities at Gosbecks, but we'll put that as one side. Councillor Gotts next.
Thank you. I'm very open-minded about this, and listening to the debate, there's definitely some clear differences of opinion. I think for me, the boundary needs to be clear, and I would certainly support a bid based on the Colchester constituency, which is really the suburbia for all intents and purposes, and then leaves out the villages and I guess Stanway if it considers itself not to be part of suburbia. So I think that would be a good way forwards to take into account the concerns about villages, although I understand Mersey is very keen to be included. The economic benefits, I agree, are vague at best, and I also agree there are very few case studies, and I think there's only one that Councillor Barber mentioned. So even that I don't think is much evidence, because there's clearly not a lot of research into this. But I do greatly respect Councillor Leatherdale in his professional day job. He's in the wrong party, but I do respect his professionalism in retail, and he very much supports this, and I believe has stated that certain retailers won't touch towns, they will only come to cities. So there are definite benefits, and his professional advice I think should be heeded because this is what he does and he does it well. But I do agree the economic case is vague, but I do believe that it will have benefits that far outweigh the small costs, because realistically, we can get what the costs are from Chelmsford. Changing some signage, changing some headed paper, you know, and websites, well, all that's pretty low cost compared to the possible economic benefits. And of course, we can then put more pressure on government because we do have a massive deficit in this town around our infrastructure. And therefore, there could be a huge benefit for our MPs to do their job, to get us millions of pounds of investment for infrastructure, including public transport, cycling, walking, and other forms of transport, just to make sure we cover everything. So I think, you know, housing numbers has come up. You know, suddenly are we going to be building more houses? Well, no, because the housing numbers are set and they're not linked to whether we're a town or a city. So that's irrelevant. They are set by a government planning inspector at 920 houses, unless we do anything stupid with the local plan. So again, that argument that I've heard doesn't hold water, frankly. So I think overall, I think there are benefits if we are more clear on the boundary, if we listen to professionals like Councillor Leatherdale and his day job, and we actually take on board advice from Chelmsford, who have done this and I think are benefiting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goss. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to start by congratulating Southend on achieving city status. I was on the board of Southend Hospital for several years, and I know how delighted they will be in memory of Sir David Amess to achieve that. And I would also like Colchester to achieve city status. I think we need to show some confidence and ambition. We may now be underdogs because our chances might have been reduced because Southend has been made a city. But if it's going to be done on the merits of the application, then we have a lot in our favour. It's not many issues will bring together Sir Bob, Dorian Kelly, Darius, Councillor Fox and I on the same side, but this is one of them. And we should support city status. And I had to ask the mayor some of the contributions going forward. Are you supporting this, Robert? And I'm glad to say the mayor said he is. So I'm supporting it and the mayor is supporting it because, as I said, it's about having confidence, showing confidence and ambition in our borough. And it is the borough. Let's not confuse matters by making it small parts, because that won't work. That will be thrown out, I think, almost immediately by those who are making this decision. I have confidence in Colchester. I want ambition for Colchester. And I think everybody should share that confidence and ambition going forward tonight. Now, I know it's not going to take up a lot of resources because work has already mainly been done. So it may not be a top priority. Up and down Forest Road, they may not be speaking of very little else but city status. But it matters. It matters because of what I said about confidence and ambition. So let's get behind this bid. Let's show confidence in Colchester and have ambition for Colchester.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor G. Oxford, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've listened to what's happened in some of the speeches tonight, and I detect a distinct lack of pride from some. Colchester, yeah, the Romans came here in AD 43. AD 49, we were made first city, Britain's first city. We were also the capital. People forget we were also the capital till AD 60, 61, when Boadicea came and wrecked Colchester, and it was then moved to a little place down south called London. But even as far as 1648 at the Civil War, 1600 years after being city, we were still regarded as a city. It's only in the last few hundred years that a few individuals decided to try and change the strap line into Britain's oldest recorded town. I've done some research into that, and apparently there's a list of 6 towns all claiming to be Britain's oldest recorded town. But there's only one claiming to be Britain's first city, and it's even been in national quizzes and it's been the answer that it's Colchester. So there's plenty of evidence. And from my perspective, we were Britain's first city. Whether we still are is debatable, but there's only ever one first. I mean, nobody remembers who was the third person to walk on the moon, but they remember who was first. And if I was bringing a racing one, nobody remembers who was third in the Derby in 1780, but they remember the winner. So, and it's the same with Britain's first city. And the signage that is up, and the current deputy mayor was pictured with me when I was mayor on Ipswich Road, in fact, at the signs. The laurel leaves were what the Romans wore. The AD 49 is inside that. It was Roman purple and Britain's first city. All factually accurate. Some of that history research and so on, number of historians, and Sir Bob. I think he's behind me somewhere. I can't see him. So, those signs are absolutely accurate. Now, whether or not we get awarded city status, modern city status, we've got, what we have got is, historically, we've got more to shout about than any other applicant in the country. That's what we need to go and do. Let's get on with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Oxford. We next have Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. Great remarks by many, whether they are reservations born of where some of us live and others do not, or not, doesn't matter. Councillor Darius, loved it, go for it, keep running over. We enjoyed that some of the time. My point is really simple. The spirit and the energy of a place do have an impact on its occupants, those who come to see it, those who visit, and those who come back to spend. I know from talking to hoteliers, as just one illustration, that their views of Colchester as a marketable place have changed. They would love city status because it makes it just a bit easier to market it more widely. They're already moving, some of the best of them, from single nights, attracting people through, to long weekends and breaks, because this town, this city that it could become, could be recognised again, is at the centre of so much that is individual, has its own identity, as others have described today. That richness, that extra badge of city status doesn't take away, just adds to what we have. And the last numbers I could find are some 60 odd million for visitors spend in a year. I suspect that number can always be challenged and will be different today. But even a few percentage points change on that is something that translates to things we can tell others about. It translates to vibrancy in the high street. It translates to jobs. It translates to benefits for our residents and ourselves. So I absolutely stand behind this. Different administrations, different personnel have stood behind this before in a cross-party way. I hope as many of us can tonight, respectful of difference. There is a case for keep working at boundaries and keep explaining the benefits, but on economic grounds alone, I would, and I do, and for the spirit of a place, for the sense of a vision that will matter, for the way in which we make an impact on the world we're in, that shows itself then in the jobs that our youngsters have and we might have. I'm behind this, let's go for it.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Jowers, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, first question is, why not? I mean, I'm the proud possessor of a passport for Mersey Island. We did this some 20 years ago and had an armoured car, and if you didn't pay 10 quid, you didn't get a passport. But of course, we already have a city, the old city in down the lane in Mersey. From my point of view, I was saying as Nigel, I've seen 3 bids, and the last time I sort of came down in favour, I thought, well, I'd probably rather be the oldest town than the newest city. But I think that Bob made some very good points in that I've seen Chelmsford boom since this happened. I don't care what statistics Councillor Barber's found. I've always found that there are lies, damn lies, and statistics, and you can find out whatever you really want. And I think that if we are going to have, and this is an interesting, I suppose, veer, is if we can have any kind of local government reorganisation into a different structure, where are we going to be if it does become a Northern Unitary or something else? City means a lot, and actually city status means a lot to the government. But more so, it is an honour. It says so, alternative options. It doesn't need to change very much. Certainly, I don't know about Forest Road, but certainly on Mersey, people are thinking, yeah, why not? You know, with all our older residents, my ancestors probably, actually use it as a holiday settlement for the city of Colchester. I think that in many ways, we've got so much, it's been said, we've got so much going for us. Equally, oysters, you know, it's a whole load of great benefits. Roman Lighthouse on Mersey as well. I'm getting almost as enthusiastic about Sir David Amos was about Southend. And why was he so enthusiastic? Just question it. It is a matter of status and pride. When I was a child here in Colchester, collected some school prizes up on that dais, we were a quiet little, snug little, smug little market town. We're more than that. We're now nearly 200,000 population. We deserve to have aspiration. And that kind of aspiration at the cost of 6,000 quid, I mean, what on earth are we arguing about? Where are the downsides? I don't think that our villages will lose their identity. They will see that they have a central core for some major benefits like our hospital and our university and some of our cultural facilities. They will still retain their characteristics, and it might spur them on to have more of an identity. I don't see us amalgamating into some amorphous blob. We are a very Puritan and independent grouping of people. So let's give it a try.
Thank you, Councillor Jowers. Councillor Hazel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John has sort of set memories really for me, because as a girl, I did actually adore Colchester's little market town. I loved its intimacy and everybody knowing everybody else. But Colchester moved on, sometimes for good and often for ill. We are huge now. We cannot stand still. I agree with what has been said in regard to the villages, in that I do not believe they will lose their identity. Surely a place's identity, just as our own individual identities are down to us, and a village's identity is down to them. And if it means much to them, they will fight to retain it. I see no problems with that at all. I am intrigued by Councillor Willett's comments about city status for within the town walls. I quite like that idea, but I fear it was appropriate for the City of London hundreds of years ago, but it probably wouldn't be appropriate for Colchester now. I am persuaded, I have flipped and flopped over what I feel, but I am persuaded by the very learned business people, the cultural quarter, and people who really do know these things, and historians, and I'm persuaded by their arguments that it would be a good thing for Colchester. So I will be supporting this motion because I would like to see Colchester retain itself. We do need some vitality. We do need to give ourselves a bit of a kick up the derriere, and we need to say, come on, let's go. We are worth it. So yes, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hazel. Councillor Luxford-Vaughan, please.
Thank you. I don't feel that it's okay to spend public money unless we have public support. And I think that has been illustrated that, and I don't think for 1 minute a straw poll on Gazette is scientific in any way, but it hasn't been proven that the public actually support us. I don't agree that infrastructure funding will be improved because of city status. Infrastructure investment is to do with need, not status. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any infrastructure and the cities would have grown and consumed us all. I appreciate what Councillor Jowell says about statistics and damn lies, but the only report that has been presented tonight as evidence clearly shows that there is no definitive reason that you will get additional money because of the change in status from a town to a city. And I think, you know, as a business case, we at least should be looking at some sort of evidence case that is, you know, at the moment, that seems to be the only reason why some people actually want to go ahead and do it. And I think that needs to be evidenced and not speculated about. And just to make it incredibly clear, I represent an area that already has an identity crisis. We call it a village, although actually technically it is a town. I think it would have been helpful if those proposing this motion had been able to define what area they were going to put forward in this status, but I categorically disagree with being consumed by a different town. I live in a town entirely independent of Colchester. It's an accident of geography that we happen to be within the borough. I won't comment on that further, but I do not, and neither will my residents, want to be consumed by Colchester in terms of title or status. So I make it very clear, the vote from Wivenhoe is a no.
Right, thank you, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan. Councillor Lissimore next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak tonight, as I'll be honest, no one from our ward of Crittygate has spoken to me about this. I don't think it is top of their list of their concerns. However, it was Councillor Chapman who sort of spurred me to speak, because I've traced my own family back 350 years now as Colchester dwellers. I haven't quite got to the Civil War yet, but I really live in hope one day that I'll find the Lissimore family connection there. As the Cabinet Member for Resources, I'm holding the purse strings. So if I can reassure Councillor Chapman that I agree to this application and applaud it, as long as we do not spend thousands upon thousands of pounds putting in this bid. Our heart, our passion is fully, absolutely 100% behind this. A bottomless funding pit, which will take funds away from the pressing issues, it is not. So yes, put the best bid in possible, and I will be supporting this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lissimore. Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I wasn't going to speak on it either, but I was prompted to by two things, really. Something that Councillor Barber said and something Councillor Willett said. When Councillor Barber said there was no evidence and there were no studies, I reached for Google Scholar on my iPhone and I flicked through and I found Pemberton 2010 and McDonald 2018. There are various studies by geographers on benefits of city status, for example. The other thing that prompted me to speak was that Councillor Willett mentioned that suggested that the bid, if it went ahead, was confined to within the city walls and that nothing of note had happened outside the city walls. And then the mayor was good enough to mention Gosbecks. And Gosbecks is the founding site of Roman Britain. And nobody else has that in Britain. No, Runnymede has Magna Carta and Colchester has Gosbecks, and we do not make anywhere near the most of Gosbecks. So really, I think there's much more to come for Colchester, and this city bid could be really, really exciting. So as a Southend girl, I'm delighted that Southend is getting city status. But as Councillor Fox says, there's many ways to be a city. And I think as a relatively new councillor and sort of, you know, someone who's still on the resident side of things, I would say absolutely there's support for this among people from across the town. So I think it's worth 20 pages.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Gocher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As somebody who represents a ward in central Colchester, I will be supporting the motion to put the bid in. Because there's an old saying, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I would like to see more empirical evidence of the economic benefits, but I am persuaded that it will bring investment and increased marketing opportunities for businesses in central Colchester. And therefore, I have to act in a way that is what I feel is best for the ward that I represent. I do read the Gazette website, and I am aware that there are mixed feelings out there about this. And I think that's a challenge to us as a council to make the public aware of why we're doing this and the benefits or possible benefits of it better than we have done. Because, you know, I am aware of what people are saying on the Gazette website and elsewhere and the mixed feelings about it. It does seem to me that in a few people I've spoken to's minds, there's a bit of confusion between the issue of city status and the issue of development. And personally, I think that what people are sick of is overdevelopment and urban sprawl. But that's not really what city status is about. It's not about giving us a status so we can build umpteen more houses on top of what we're already building, which is too many already. And therefore, I think there just needs to be a way of getting that message across to the wider public a bit more clearer. Also, I understand that the cost involved in making the bid is not great, but the potential economic benefits for my ward, including Central Colchester, could well outweigh that. So that persuades me as well. I'm someone who've lived in cities in the past, in Leicester, in Nottingham. I grew up in a village. I've lived in both. The issue of status is not something that personally, I feel that some of the issues around that are very woolly. What I think I wouldn't want if I lived in a village is a massive, great 2,000 housing estate plonked next to me. In terms of status, that would be something that I would make a pragmatic decision on. So in terms of my view, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burrows, please.
Thank you. As a new councillor, I wasn't involved in the last vote on this. I can hear the passion and pride with which people are speaking about the place that we all live. I feel the same. When I was 18, I was desperate, however, to get away. I was busy looking for bigger fish to fry, as many teenagers do, but I came back also, as many people do, because of the many wonderful things about this place that I am proud to call my home. My concern is about engaging the public that we are here to represent, the people who have put their trust in us. We should really be asking, I believe, for their views, not just relying on any anecdotal comments we may have collected about what they think, but we really need to take the people with us. We should consult them. I believe the deadline for applications is the 8th of December. This does, I think, give us time, surely, to have some kind of public consultation. As Crawley are doing, they're running theirs for 4 weeks from the 21st of October. I can't imagine that the residents that I represent would want this, but to find out, we really do need to ask. I really feel at this point, I would only support a bid for city status if that is what we can confidently say the public that we represent that have given us their votes tell us that that is what they really want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burrows. Councillor Laws, would you like to sum up for 3 minutes, please?
Gosh, thank you everyone for your contributions. It's been really, really important that we've had that discussion. Councillor Fox, you mentioned before tonight and again tonight about the need to bring the public with us on this one. I take that on the chin. I put my hand up and say that I've not been good enough in that, but in also mitigation, this competition is quite short notice. And we have a chance to build upon the great application that went in 2012, which, by the way, was, you know, there was a consensus amongst the politicos in the room to do it then. So I made an assumption probably that we'd still be there today. But you actually really gave me a fuzzy feeling in my heart and my stomach when you listed all the amazing things we've got in this great place. Thank you for that. Councillor Barber, I rather like Pret a Manger. I know that Pret is an example of somewhere that will not look at a town. And so there's a real case business scenario. And if I can quote to you what was spoken about in Southend, this was a great opportunity to raise the profile, maximize tourism and generate more investment. That was what Southend said. Councillor Chapman, you are one of the wisest people I know. I listen to what you say very carefully, and to reassure you, in addition to any application form that was going in, I was really keen that we put in a video and some photos, which we can utilise on our social media and networks between now and December, which will be a benefit to wider Colchester, because we can show off very visually everything we've got to offer here. Deputy Mayor, you made a great speech talking about confidence and ambition. Councillor Oxford G, you were absolutely spot on. We do have more history than any other applicants. Councillor King, you spoke about how you'd had evidence from what hoteliers are saying about this, and how there's an opportunity to have more city break weekend style tourists here, which is a really good thing. JJ, Councillor Jowers, I wish I commissioned you to write my speeches. That was amazing. I made a mistake in not hiring you earlier. And Councillor Hazel, you're absolutely spot on. It's incumbent on us in our communities to help brand and promote our identities that we have uniquely. You evidence of that in what you've done in Shrub End with the village sign. And if I may finish with a simple sentence, in my opinion, Colchester has the profile and the personality that warrants city status. And that comes from the garrison commander, Lieutenant Colonel Rankin. So thank you very much, guys. And thank you for your time this evening. I implore you to consider voting for this.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Laws. So we now move to the vote. Can we have all those in favour of city status? And all those against, please. And abstentions, please.
The result of the vote, Mr. Mayor, is 38 voting in favour, 2 voting against and 5 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Well, we've had some passionate speeches tonight, and I just leave you with one thought, that I may be the last mayor of Colchester, and Councillor Tim Young may be the Lord Mayor of Colchester. But with that wonderful thought, I would also say that we've been here for more than 90 minutes, and we really ought to take a break and think about things. So we will return in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, thank you. If you'd like to go to your seats, please. Good. I hope you all feel well refreshed after that. So we now come on to 7.2, which is the budget 2022-23 and the medium-term financial forecast. I'd like to invite Councillor Lissimore to move motion C, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the officers for all the work that they have done on this. Not just where we are here tonight with this document, but the work that they do day in, day out to keep this council financially balanced. So thank you to them. So agenda item 7.2, budget 22-23, medium-term financial forecast, motion C. I move that the recommendation contained in draft minute 599 of the Cabinet meeting of the 13th of October 2021 be approved and adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Pearson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't intend to take 3 minutes. I would echo Councillor Lissimore's comments about our finance team. I know from having chaired the Governance and Audit Committee what a sterling job they do on our behalf. With that in mind, I just wanted to make a remark about the universal credit uplift that ended on the 6th of October. Much to the shame of the current government and also to the chagrin of many of the borough's residents who will now be pushed into additional financial hardship. As this was 2 weeks ago now, I wonder if, and I didn't see anything in the papers that went to Cabinet, but I wonder if the Deputy Leader of the Council has considered with officers the impact that this will no doubt have on the increased claims for housing benefit, for local council tax support, and also the likely effect on Colchester Borough Council's receipts, because it will. And those figures must be and should be taken into account there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pearson. We have Councillor Gerard Oxford next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only want to comment because I wasn't at the scrutiny panel, but there was a lengthy discussion, I understand, about the possibility of youth zone. I have particular concerns about this because there are very few of them around and they all tend to be predominantly funded by county councils. And I understand ours isn't willing to. And the financial risks attached to a borough council trying to do it, not only capital, but not so much capital, it's the revenue ongoing that troubles me greatly. We could place ourselves in very dire straits. And if you have one, is it going to be in the centre of town? And then are we going to alienate all the villages again, as was stated earlier on other subjects? It's a really big subject that needs to be reconsidered greatly. It's not been ruled out, but the costs are enormous. And the ongoing revenue costs, well, if I didn't have very much hair, I wouldn't have after it. So, you know, I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oxford. Councillor Laws, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put on record my gratitude towards the leader and to the portfolio holder for resources for recognising my plea and delivering on that, where it comes to funding our cultural organisations, Fairsight, the Mercury Theatre and the Colchester Arts Centre. We've been able to approve their grant from this borough for 4-year terms, adjusted for inflation. That's a really good thing for them. It helps with their business planning. And it's not just about the money, it's about the confidence that it shows this authority has in them to continue the great work that they do when they're speaking with their national funding partners. And thank you to those guys for what they do. Thank you to the leader and to Councillor Lissamore for agreeing that move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laws. Councillor King next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge, like colleagues, and welcome the progress that's set out within the report. The progress of officers with the help of cabinet members in closing the budget gap. I have a continuing concern about the misrepresentation of use zone. This had such a long discussion at scrutiny and a fair one when it put to cabinet. It doesn't need it all again. But in the public record, we had to be really clear that the revenue costs that would fall to the Borough Council are not as described. They are a fraction. Now, there'll be a third of what's expected in revenue, total revenue costs. It was a commitment for only 3 years. So I've set those numbers out before for the record, and I hope that we can have the conversation, the courteous, apolitical, cross the floor conversation on the facts, away from here, and sort of settle down to look at this in the best way that we can together, rather than throw one set of numbers at each other and get them thrown back. But I want to also say it's really important that we keep the budget process as carefully judged and studious as possible and as apolitical as possible. So I'll leave it at that. I want to welcome the extended grants to arts organisations. That's something I was a huge fan of before. We changed it in my time from 1 year to 3, just for the reasons that have been expressed by Councillor Laws, that it gives confidence to those organisations. And in the discussions that happen up in London, between various important bodies who determine their future, that commitment made real in terms of forward funding makes a real difference. I know that, so we're right behind you on that. I hope that's a consensual view across the chamber. That's it. Thank you. Good progress. Let's continue to work out together where we have a difference, and let's recognise where we've done something well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Corey, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't planning to speak, but some issues have been brought up, and I don't want to rehearse the argument on the youth zone. I know Councillor Lissamore won't want to hear that again, but we did go through it at length at the scrutiny panel, and I absolutely echo, as always, Councillor King's very balanced points he's just made. We did previously have a £400,000 commitment in the medium-term financial forecast. We committed to that. So for me, the removal of that is against that principle, which I can't support, but I'm not going to go through the rehearsal of that again. However, the recommendations set out in this report are important to go through. But as I say, I won't rehearse the arguments, but I fully support still working on a youth zone, and that's what we have said we will do as a subgroup of scrutiny. Thank you.
And Councillor Lilly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to respond to Councillor Oxford's comments about the youth zone. The idea of youth zone is not to alienate anybody, and is to put it in the central position so that everybody comes together from outside into one, so there is one giant youth club. If you look at the Croydon example, they have people coming in from 4 miles away. They've done a great job down there. Businesses have put money into their issue. It's not just money from the county council, and it comes from them because they are responsible for youth services. So yeah, but everybody we're putting into this. I got the support of the Police and Crime Commissioner on this. He thought it was a fantastic idea. He would have put money in. The police in town thought it was a great idea. We were ready to talk to the Chief Constable, but administration changed. So it's not just the Borough Council on its own. Everybody should be in this. Businesses will do it because businesses will see the benefit of stopping antisocial behaviour in the town so that the youths have somewhere to go and they learn skills. I admit and acknowledge it is a huge huge gamble on there, but so is the cause and the care of our youth of today. We've had massive trouble in the town centre for the last few months. Surely the youth zone would be the ideal answer to all that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lissimore, would you like to sum up for 3 minutes?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speakers tonight. Councillor Pearson, thank you. The impact, yes, we obviously have looked at this in great detail. We meet regularly. We are very, very confident that the council has the skills, the knowledge and the expertise to deal with any additional need and workload. Councillor Oxford, the scrutiny panel, the ball is now in your hands. Find us a site, find us the capital budget, find us the revenue budget. I look forward to the panel suggestions, but it is with you now. And Councillor King, it's not just 3 years. The reserve funding is forever and ever and ever. Otherwise, we will have a derelict, empty facility. Councillor Laws, our arts are vital to this town. It's only right we give them the certainty that they need over funding. And Councillor Corey, you heard the senior finance officer's sincere and absolute recommendations at scrutiny. It would not be financially prudent to keep this allocation in the MTFF. So to wind up, can I just add, please, to those of you that are invited, please support your youth strategy groups. I chaired the local one here in Colchester for 6 years. It's now under the wonderful chairmanship of Councillor Barker. They are doing absolutely wonderful things. And some of the questions that I think that were raised at scrutiny about the youth services in our borough can be answered by attending the youth strategy group. But thank you all for your comments tonight. And I go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lissimore. So we will now move to the vote. All those supporting the, forgive me, all those supporting the motion. Obviously, I'm not voting. Get them to vote. And those voting against, please. Abstentions?
Mr. Mayor, that's 27 for the motion is carried.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. So we now move on to 7.3, which is the 2021 year-end review of risk management. And again, Councillor Lissimore, please.
Again, thank you very much. And thank you once again to the officers for all the work that they do on this. It's always very interesting reading at scrutiny panel, looking through our risks. And obviously with such a terrible couple of years, it's been a great challenge for them and I want to thank them. So I move that the recommendation contained in draft minute 600 of the Cabinet meeting of the 13th of October 2021 be approved and adopted.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers? Yes? Councillor Warnes?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I refer in particular to page 61. Pages 61 to 80, 65 in particular, and I refer to the high risk rating for financial inequality due to the risk of current and future impacts of COVID-19 leading to increasing numbers of residents seeking support from the council. I'd be interested in hearing from the portfolio holder what justification she can give me that the high risk rating rather than a very high rating remains appropriate given the following factors. One, the economic squeeze already baked into the economy in terms of inflationary pressures on prices, especially energy, food and transport. Two, public sector pay freezes that will have an impact on low paid public sector workers. Three, that this country now has the highest number of working people claiming relief from their council tax bills since records began 6 years ago for the uncertainty surrounding the continuation of the one-off central government funding, which for local council tax schemes, which is awaiting the outcome of the forthcoming spending review. 5, with only 3.12% per year set out in the medium-term financial plan to fund council tax relief above pre-COVID rates. And 6, the ending of the universal credit £20 per week uplift on October the 6th. Thank you.
We have no other speakers, so Councillor Lismore, if you'd like to sum up, thank you.
Thank you. If I can just respond to Councillor Warnes and thank him for his points. I am confident that we have what we need to deal financially with the winter particularly. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is the new Community 360 hub in the town centre. I'm always very keen for there to be an alternative to going online. We know how difficult it is for some vulnerable people to be able to go online. So I'm extremely pleased that Community 360 hub is there. And I'm confident that that will be an outlet for residents who are in need and have a multi-agency approach to get them help. The other thing that gives me confidence is our officers themselves, the skills, the care, the dedication that they have. They care passionately for the roles that they're doing and for the residents of this town. And I know they will do everything in their control to ensure that residents are helped if they need help. I'm also confident that we have the budget to help them locally as well. So thank you to Councillor Warnes. I will ask that a more technical response goes to Councillor Warnes just because of the risk management style. But I would thank him for his contribution and move to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will move to the vote. All those in favour, please.
That's carried, Mr. Mayor.
Does anybody want to register an against? Or abstention? Thank you. Right, now we move to 7.4. Review of the Council's processing of special category and criminal convictions personal data policy. Councillor Willits, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the recommendation contained in draft minute 276 of the Governance and Audit Committee meeting of the 7th of September be approved and adopted. The Governance and Audit Committee is ever watchful for new regulations which require improvements to the Council's ethical policy framework. Paragraph 1 of Schedule 1 of the Data Protection Act of 2018 requires that a policy document be in place in regard to our processing of special category or criminal convictions personal data, which we need to carry out our statutory duties as a local authority. The special category or criminal convictions personal data includes criminal proceedings or convictions, racial or ethnic origin, political opinion, religious or other beliefs, trades union membership, physical, mental health or conditions, sexual life, sexual orientation, philosophical opinions, genetic data or biometric data. So you'll see, Mr. Mayor, this is covering a lot of really sensitive personal information which we might hold about those for whom we're providing services. The Council, in its information processing and data security instructions, already has long-standing processes, procedures, accountability mechanisms, and retention and erasure policies in place to give best practice security protection to all these categories of sensitive information. In addition to the annual review by the Governance and Audit Committee, these matters have been the subject of both internal and external audit for many years and have benefited from a process of continuous improvement. So the requirements of the Data Protection Act 2018 does not actually oblige the Council to make any specific changes to our protection regime, but it does require us to bring together in a single policy document all the good practice which is already in place to protect this information. I commend to the Council a new policy for inclusion in the Council's ethical policy framework, which is published on pages 83 to 88 on the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Willits. We have no speakers. So would you like to put it to the vote, or would you like to sum up?
I just commend the policy.
Right. All those in favour, please.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now move on to, hang on, next page. So 7.5, which is the taxi and private hire licensing policy statutory standards. And Councillor Buston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 7.5, taxi and private hire licensing policy statutory standards, motion F. I move that the recommendation contained in minute 143 of the licensing committee meeting of the 21st of July 2021 be approved and adopted. Mr. Mayor, members, we are obliged as a local authority to regularly review and to continually update our licensing policies, both under the Licensing Act 2003 and others, which indeed we do. And indeed, that is exactly what we have done here. This new policy proposed is simply one of those, and it's simply come round to its appropriate time. All the work in relation to this has been put in by an extremely capable and professional licensing team that the borough is lucky to have. And to them, I give all the credit for producing this draft policy. Where we are now is the outcome of the consultation process, which ended in July, regarding the proposed changes to the Council's Hackney Carriage and private hire licensing policies. The changes that have been proposed will bring the policy into line with the statutory taxi and private hire vehicle standards as are issued by the Department of Transport. They were issued in July 2020, and the draft policy has been already produced and shown. Why do we recommend the decision? Well, we need, as a council, to ensure that we have a robust Hackney Carriage and private hire licensing policy that recognises the importance of safeguarding of children and vulnerable people within our borough. There is only one particular area that has been suggested and noted as being likely to cause some difficulties, and they were problems that were raised by members of the trade, and that was in relation to DBS, that's the checking system, and it was basically in relation to the cost of the DBS process and the number of DBS requirements as are now put. Nonetheless, this is not our choice. It is to be in line with the Department of Transport requirements. So in fact, we actually have no option but to do this anyway. Mr. Mayor, I commend the motion to council, and I'd be happy that it just moves. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two speakers. Councillor Cope, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a former chair of licensing, I want to endorse the thanks that were given to the officers just now. They do a marvellous job. They are very confident and very knowledgeable in what they do. They've recently done a similar work on the gambling policy, which is a separate document. And once again, we were indebted to their deep knowledge of the law and continuity there. Really, really brilliant at it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Cope. And councillor Hogg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the sake of clarity, Mr. Mayor, councillor Buston said it was minute 143, it's minute 134. Just for the record, I endorse what he has said about our officer team. We have an excellent team in licensing, as those on licensing will know. But for the sake of clarity, it is minute 134, not 143. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Hogg, for putting councillor Buston straight. So, councillor Buston, would you like to sum up, or can we go to the vote?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor, and thank you particularly councillor Hogg, who is another member, a long-standing member of the licensing fraternity. Thank you for that. Yes, it is minute 134. I'm afraid it's a sign of old age. I haven't been lucky enough to meet so many Australians recently. Councillor Cope, thank you indeed for your endorsement as to what the officers do. You indeed have been chair of licensing on occasions before, and so you know exactly what work goes into this. It's a lot of work. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Mayor, may I move to the vote?
Yeah. All those in favour, please.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we now come to 7.6, which is councillor Corey, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the, excuse me, I move that the recommendation contained in minute 308 of the scrutiny panel meeting of the 20th of July 2021 be approved and adopted. I won't say much about this, Mayor. We commended the scrutiny panel of last year for being very busy, getting on with much work, having extra meetings to conduct conversations and scrutiny about areas of the council. And they made many recommendations to Cabinet. So I thank the former members of that panel and the chair who's on video link tonight. And also members of the Cabinet then who did turn up many times. I think Councillor King was pretty much there, everyone who supported, and to our officers who also do a valiant job every time at the scrutiny panel, putting across the advice that they give to us as members. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers? Can we move to the vote then, or would you like to sum up, councillor Corey?
Move to the vote.
Right. All those in favour, please.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we now. Oh, yes. So we now move to item 8, number 2, which is local and neighbourhood plans. But before councillor Barber moves his motion, we have Elizabeth Austin, who'd like to speak, please. Well, hang on. Sorry. Statements. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. Well, welcome. You have 3 minutes and the bell will go at 2.
I'd just like to read out the words that were actually put together by my neighbour and also lady who's been championing the cause for our particular somewhat dismayed community. So she writes, the local CO1 North community are victims of one of the most insidious elements of government planning law, and that is permitted development. And this in regards for us to the redevelopment of the Riverside Business Centre. From the first iteration of the application for prior notification in April 2021, our community raised loud objections online, in the local paper, and directly to our local elected officials and MP. And we also had the support of our ward and our borough councillors. But all this sadly counted for very little. On the 29th of July 2021, the application was finally pushed to a planning committee meeting, at which over 30 members of the CO1 North community attended, myself included. Such was the feeling against this application. The council planning team, the planning committee, and the local community, however, had very little control over the outcome of that meeting.
The power always lay with the developers under PD. Due to the application being brought last minute to the planning committee, the application was voted through on very narrow criteria with several abstentions. And those who did vote only had top line understanding of the intricacies around PD and the application. The site remains unfit for 93 social housing units squeezed into an office block. The area's amenities and well-being have been hugely compromised, and it is the existing community and those future tenants who will bear the burden of those decisions. The system for the public to have your say at the planning committee stage does not go near enough to offering an acceptable platform for the local community to be heard and understood, especially on such a large-scale application such as this. As the representative of CO1 area, Anna was given 3 minutes to get an entire community's feeling across with no chance to respond or counter the points made by the council planning team, who had the floor for the entire session. None of the community's letters submitted at the council request were read by the committee members prior to the meeting or indeed read out on the night. And we were denied by the chair our request for other members of the community to speak out. What the effects of a large-scale planning application is, when the effects of a large-scale planning application is generational, the community's voice should not be reduced to a 3-minute segment. We speak from a place of lived experience of the area and have a local knowledge that should not be ignored, rubbished as NIMBYism or prejudice. The community will face increased antisocial behaviour, already at worrying levels. It will face increased traffic pressures in an already stretched system, parking problems, increased noise and air pollution, pressure on local schools, doctors and dentists. Who would want to live this? That's my lot, is it? I have to stop. I can't finish her letter.
I think you're very near the end, aren't you? You're very near the end.
Yes, I just have a final statement here. Yes, thank
Carry
you
on.
very much for that exemption. Let it be noticed, we are never against the redevelopment of this site, and we do understand the need and the importance for decent, well-planned, affordable housing. But putting families and vulnerable people into badly converted office blocks should not be the solution reached for. However, under permitted development, this is the situation we find ourselves in. We must push back against these disastrous planning laws at local and government level and fight for more power and influence for local communities to shape and protect their localities. Thank you very much.
Elizabeth, if you hand a copy to the man just in front of you there, he's the portfolio holder for planning. And he may give you a written answer. Sorry, Councillor Hazel as Chair of Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember that application very well. The Planning Committee must work within the constraints of national planning policy. It is not in our remit to grant whatever local people want. Would we, if we could, we would, but it's not within our remit. And that was explained extremely carefully. The whole committee on that night, I allowed them, we went round and round and round, trying to find a little spur that we could go down that would enable us to give more, give a better outcome for the local residents. We couldn't find it. We had our most senior planning officers explaining the law to us. And there was one resident, I believe the author of that letter, who tried to interrupt during the meeting. And because of procedure with planning, I could not allow her to have another say. It is not within our remit. And all I can say is with that development, and what concerned me as well, was that the local councillors there knew exactly, because Some of them have been on the planning committee. At least one is currently on the planning committee. They know full well the constraints under which the planning committee works. And I have to say, they really, in a way, caused more unrest because they gave hope to those residents when truly we couldn't give it. And it would have been a much better help if they had, well, been more helpful than they were. From my point of view, I am trusting that when that development is built and occupied, those residents will become part of that community. We do not know who will occupy those flats. That also is not within our remit. Will they be people with special needs? I don't know. They don't know. And we will not be able to monitor that or give any support until that happens. So I would hope that the ward councillors will actually get together to support that community when it arrives and do everything it can to make that area a very welcoming and good place to live. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. It's very frustrating that we all have to live within the law, don't we? And it's not always a winning situation. Right, so Councillor Barber, we're now on 8.2 local and neighbourhood plans. Would you like to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the motion on local and neighbour plans, the details of which are at page 3 of the supplementary agenda for this meeting, be approved and adopted. Shall I commence, Mr. Mayor? Are you good for me to start speaking? Thank you. Just from the outset, I would say that I'll be accepting Councillor Luxford-Vaughan's amendment to the motion, and I hope that gains the support of the Chamber. Also, Councillor Lilly, I believe, will be moving some changes to his wording, which I hope can be then accepted and agreed across the Chamber as well. But to the substance of the motion that I put forward, it was a moment of great pride when West Burgo and others who have also adopted neighbour plans have voted through democratic means to approve their neighbour plans. Overwhelmingly, this Chamber then unanimously duly enacted that referendum results in the respective areas who have neighbour plans. Neighbour plans are the culmination of many years of work, and in particular in areas such as West Burgo and 8 Ash Green, they were done in the infancy of the concept of neighbour plans. I thank all those involved and continue to thank them for their ongoing work for adopted plans, and also for all those involved in the creation of neighbour plans elsewhere in the borough. Why do I believe so strongly in neighbour plans? My view is that wherever we can, we must bring decision makers and communities closer together. I strongly believe that one cause of Brexit, for example, which I did support, was that people felt their stake in their communities had become fractured. Policies such as neighbour plans are just one small cog in how that relationship can be rebuilt. To give communities control of policies within a framework we do set at borough and county and nationally, communities can have a greater say on housing, the environment, infrastructure and services, and I think that's a wonderful idea. It brings together all tiers of local government, and I want to use this motion to tell central government that neighbour plans are the tool, not a tool, but the tool for the present and future for shaping our communities. The recent planning appeal decision for West Burgo that effectively sidestepped the neighbour plan was bitterly disappointing. In fact, I would go so far as saying that the planning inspector made an error in the interpretation of current policy. This view has only been strengthened by a recent appeal decision in Boxford, in which the opposite viewpoint to the inspector for West Burgo took a more orthodox understanding of our approach to neighbour plans and site allocations. A fault for much of the issue with the particular planning application in West Burgo did stem from the culture of the council at the time back in 2018. The council at the time, as an organisation, was unappreciative of the dramatic impact that neighbourhood plans, particularly those adopted, had on our planning policy. In fact, in the first application in West Burgo, after the adoption of the neighbour plan, the planning report only made one sentence reference to the neighbour plan and no reference to policy. Thankfully, this culture is slowly improving, a fact I'm not surprised about under the stewardship of Councillor Ellis, who I know is a strong advocate of neighbour plans. But we must continue to do more at a local level too, to support neighbour plans. And I understand, and to all understand, their importance from local plans, planning committee to officer level, their importance relative to our culture-wide policies. I'm pleased Councillor Ellis and officers have indicated that they wish to drive forward neighbour plans. And by writing to the government, I hope it ensures that the recent appeal decision in West Burgolt is recognised as fundamentally flawed relative to the government's ambition and the policy announcements recently made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barber. So we have two amendments to this motion. Would Councillor Luxford Vaughan wish to move her main amendment, please, up to 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add to the end of this motion, which I fully support. Additionally, Council requires Colchester Borough Council officers to recognise the Section 2 inspectors' modifications to our current plan that relate to neighbourhood plans by affording all modifications relating to adopting neighbourhood plans full weight when considered in relation to emerging local plan. I don't really have a lot to add to that. I think it should be a complete non-brainer for this council and all of its councillors that they should fully support both parts, the main motion and the amendment. I don't think there's anything further to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Barber, I think you have indicated already, but will you accept Councillor Luxford Vaughan's amendment?
Yeah, accepted.
You will? Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we have a second amendment by Councillor Lilly, which would you like to move that for up to 5 minutes, Councillor Lilly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we start, after meeting with Councillor Barber and Councillor Ellis and talking about, I've agreed to rearrange the wording of my amendment, but I understand that's only on the agreement of the full council. If you could ask full council if they allow me to amend my amendment.
Yep. So if Councillor Lilly reads out his proposed amendment, and then we just have to say, do we agree with that or not?
Okay, so amendment is, council also asks that the portfolio holder organise a member briefing on permitted development and that thereafter a separate letter will be sent to the minister. That's it.
Is that acceptable to council to have that one? Agreed. Excellent. Would you like to say anything else, Councillor Lilly, or can we move to the?
As I'd like to thank Liz for coming along tonight. She had to sit through the whole evening to read out the letter from the residents. And I am a resident of Causton Road, so and we did discuss this at great lengths, but residents wanted to come along to have their say. So you can see the frustration, and we've all had frustration. Permitted development is going to be a millstone around all of our backs here. All councillors are going to have to put up with this if it comes up in their areas. It is worth, some of the permitted development is quite good. And I believe that we should acknowledge that in some ways it can be positive. But this one, like the flats down there, it's not positive at all. And this is going to affect everybody in the future. So we need to let the minister know that permitted development is not the way forward. And especially where nobody has a say, residents or councillors, in stopping this development going ahead. So can we move to the vote, please, Chair?
So Councillor Barber, will you accept Councillor Lilly's amendment, please?
Yeah, as recently read, yeah, accepted, yeah. Thanks.
Excellent. So we now have an amended motion with both amendments being accepted as part of it. Does anybody wish to speak on it? Oh, we've got a list already. Thank you. So the first one is Councillor Corey, followed by Julie Young.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully support this motion as amended, and I thank Elizabeth for coming forward to speak with such depth and information about the subject, and also representing others in her area too. So that addition about permitted development, although not completely in line with the comments on neighbourhood plans is so important. I'm glad that you've worked a way of agreeing it in. So thank you to Councillor Lilly and the others who worked on that. And thank you to Councillor Luxford-Bourne for her amendment, because I feel that's really important when we have a local plan going through that supports our neighbourhood plans and that they back each other up, and our neighbourhood plans, for example, in Wivenhoe, are respected by the developers. I would say I was slightly taken aback by the criticism from Councillor Barber, because we've all been very supportive of neighbourhood plans. We all as community champions know how important they are. And during that period that you mentioned, I was working to support the Wivenhoe neighbourhood plan that was voted through in 2019. So I would not see any lack of support for neighbourhood plans across the chamber. So I don't think that was needed. I remember back in October 2020 when I put forward a motion that was unanimously supported about planning reforms. The then government's proposals were to actually take powers further away from communities. And I'm glad that the whole council spoke passionately about that and unanimously supported that motion to ensure that we keep powers locally. And I think that taps into the points raised about permitted development this evening. So I support both the amendments and the motion as it now stands, and believe that we must always keep power and governance and local control on what happens with planning and development in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also take issue with the comments made by Councillor Barber in terms of this authority's support for the development of neighbourhood plans. As the Cabinet member responsible for the local plan, we had a number of neighbourhood plans that were adopted, and they have had the full support of this authority over the years. So I think he should retract what he said in terms of the support for the development of neighbourhood plans. I'm speaking in support of the amended motion. I think there are examples, Mr. Mayor, across Colchester where local people have been let down by the planning system. And that is because the planning system is not fit for purpose. Permitted development is responsible for the development of shoddy housing, which will do nothing for the welfare of those living there. As I understand it, the development agreed on appeal in West Burgolt was facilitated by a loophole cleverly identified by the applicant. Neighbourhood plans are ahead of local plans and as such are afforded full weight. While I can sign up to the sentiments of the motion, as we all know the work that goes into developing a neighbourhood plan, work of which is done by volunteers, we have to recognise that individual communities are not islands which can have a ring put around them, and sometimes we do our communities a disservice in leading them to believe that we can. We therefore should always aim to work to the collective good. I feel this doesn't always happen, and planning, which is not subject to the whip, is the poorer for it. Those with the strongest voices can be better organised, and in parish areas get neighbourhood plans in place, whereas urban areas don't have that same protection. The people of Longridge are especially aggrieved at 145 houses being built off Bromley Road in the Planning Authority of tendering, one on appeal after highways concerns were dropped. The biggest impact is being felt by Colchester people, yet there is little that can be done by the authority they pay council tax to mitigate the harm of noise nuisance, parking issues from construction vehicles, and of course, a rapidly disappearing view. So for me, for too long, planning has been used as a political football to the detriment and cost of various people, but mostly the communities which we seek to serve. We are stronger when we speak as one, rather than trying to paint each other as someone who betrays their community by trying to act with integrity over such important considerations as planning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Chillingworth, followed by Gerard Oxford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should explain, first of all, why I strongly support this motion. This is a matter of local democracy, and I feel wherever possible, people must have some control over their environment. It is human nature for people to want their own space. In our crowded island, this is constantly being reduced, as most people, for a variety of reasons, including financial, have to live in crowded communities. To most people, the planning system means that decisions on people's environment are made by strangers, albeit for the best intentions, but with little personal stake in the area they're dealing with. As one who has sat on the planning committee for many years, I can understand their feelings. The introduction of neighbourhood plans is a brave attempt to rectify the situation. I am in the process of trying to persuade 2 of my village communities to start the process of preparing a neighbourhood plan, and have recently held a very well-attended meeting to decide. Members of a neighbourhood plan committee from a nearby village who had just had their plan adopted spoke and emphasised the work and time that goes into preparation. They explained they did this so that their community could have some control on where and what type of development should take place there in the future. This can only be justified if a plan, once adopted, has enough weight to actually provide a way that people can have a significant say in future development in their area. When a government inspector sees fit to ignore the adopted plan on the basis of his interpretation of another government document, it makes a mockery of the process and dissuades people from engaging. This motion will at least give us a chance to emphasize to the government the effects such decisions have, and if not changed, how they will in the end destroy the neighbourhood plan initiative. Mr. Mayor, I support the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chillingworth. Councillor Oxford, please. Gerard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As chair of the local plan, obviously I wanted to speak on this item. I believe the first neighbourhood plan was Myland. I think I'm correct in that they were the first to have one. Was it Boxted before? Okay, all right, I'm being corrected there. I thought Myland was first. Neighbourhood plans are a really essential part of the process. As has been said by others, local people heavily involved in it, committing a lot of their time to it, and it goes through all the central processes, ultimately to getting adopted formally through ballad, etc. Now, they are important, and it troubled me when I heard that an inspector had basically made a decision and approved something that seemed contrary to the neighbourhood plan that Councillor Barber was referring to. And that's completely odds, and it undermines the process of neighbourhood plans, in my view. And we're trying to encourage more neighbourhoods to come up with their plans and develop them. In relation to PD, permitted development, I don't think there's anybody in this room who likes permitted development. But again, on the planning committee, you are required to operate within planning law. And I would like to put a plea out that it doesn't help if any local councillors attend and give false hope against what PD really stands for. I've recently had to inform some of my residents about the real implications of PD in my ward, because I don't think it's right to actually stoke any hope where there isn't any. So that's just my view on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Oxford. Our next speaker is Councillor Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, just before I start speaking, can I just speak as a portfolio holder for a moment? As we've been discussing PD, can I just do that for a second?
Apparently it's up to me. How long were you thinking of speaking for?
30 seconds.
Okay.
It's just to thank Councillor Lilly, actually, and thank Elizabeth Austin for coming in and delivering the speech that she's done this evening.
We'll give you an extra couple of minutes.
Thank you. No, it's just to say, her speech this evening highlights the issues that we've got with PD. And as we've said across this chamber, I think there are issues with PD. And that's why I'm grateful to Councillor Lilly for raising it, for adding it and as an amendment, and actually for changing the wording so that we could do something more about it. I have already spoken to Senior Planning Officer Simon Cairns, is very happy to do a briefing to members about permitted development. I think then we can have a discussion about PD, and we can write a separate letter to the Secretary of State, explaining our issues with PD, explaining how frustrated we are that we can't have Article 4 directives issued easily because the government have made it far more difficult for us to do so, how it can change the demographics in our town centre and how important it is that it doesn't do so. So I'm grateful. For the people who have spoken on PD, I'm not going to speak on PD. The reason that I was keen that we changed it is actually the thrust of the argument is different tonight on neighbourhood plans and the reason for this refusal rather than PD, but it's important that we do have that discussion about PD, and I'll organise it as soon as possible. Thank you. On to my speech, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As Councillor Barber has said, communities dedicate an enormous amount of time and effort into preparing neighbourhood plans in their free time and as volunteers. The motivation for them being the desire to take ownership and control of how their area grows and development is managed in the future. Our officers support them through the years of hard work in the belief that their plan, once adopted as part of the development plan, will give them certainty about development in their area. As someone who is immersed in the Wivenhoe neighbourhood plan, I'm sure that's the thinking behind Councillor Luxford-Vaughan's amendment this evening. However, in the case of the recent decision at Armoury Road, West Bergholt, the proposal was allowed despite it not being an allocated site in their neighbourhood plan. And it's a decision that concerned all councillors because it could have happened anywhere in our borough. It relates to a number of fundamental implications which lead one to question the intention and approach of the application of national planning policy by the Planning Inspectorate. In short, Armoury Road was allowed on appeal because there was no evidence of demonstrable harm, despite the area being covered by an up-to-date neighbourhood plan which has positively planned for housing growth with no overriding factors such as lack of 5-year housing land supply or evidence of under-delivery. The implication of that is that regardless of the provisions made by the development plan, if there is no evidence of harm, then development will be supported. Colleagues, if plan making is to have any value at all, this is not an acceptable principle. There are vast areas of land on the edge of settlements, locally, regionally, and nationally, which are not specifically covered by any special environmental designation, and as such simply comprise open land, countryside, farmland, or spaces between developments. It cannot be the case that these areas are all fair game for development simply because harm is not caused to an area of countryside which is special. Colchester has always taken its responsibility to plan for growth seriously. While many of us, myself included, can argue the pros and cons of developing various sites around our borough, we do eventually form a consensus and create a development plan. In that, we demonstrate with evidence where we can accommodate the homes we require. If plan making, including neighbourhood plans, are to have any credibility and value, they need to be the primary consideration in decision making. It's accepted there will always be a reason for an exception, but this should need to be justified with clear and robust evidence. In my view, the lack of demonstrable harm is not such a case, and as the current portfolio holder, I'll happily write to the Secretary of State along those lines if members are in agreement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ellis. We next have Councillor Chapman, followed by Councillor Scordis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, just agreeing with what's already been said. As I interrupted, which I shouldn't have done really, but Boxer, I think, and Marlin both did their neighbourhood plans at the same time, or the first in Essex. And I regularly quote the fact that we've got that on record to the parish council, who obviously worry about these things. And you know, the apparent possibility of this being ignored is frightening. Although, as Councillor Barber did say, we have had an application, an appeal in Boxer recently that clearly did base its decision to turn down the appeal on our neighbourhood plan. So that is encouraging that some of that is there. But if the government needs to support that in far more definite ways, I think so. I fully support this motion. And the other thing really is just to say permitted developments. I think that has a different meaning to some of us in the rural areas where we are greatly concerned about some of the things that do go through on permitted development. But I equally share the concerns about these slums of the future that will be created. I think that's fair to say, by some of the permitted developments that will come into town centres. It's horrific, frightening, and the government desperately needs to do something about that.
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. We have two more speakers. Councillor Scordis and then Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm happy to support this motion with the amendments. I think when I got involved in local council, I assumed that dog poo and fly tipping would be our biggest issue of contention. But actually, I'd say it's the two Ps, planning and parking, tend to be the things that people get most hostile over. And I think with planning, it's become much more about control in the community. It's kind of that idea of control in our lives. And people in Colts always, you always get these comments about too many houses, but I feel actually it's more about they don't have control about the direction the town's going in and the way development works. And I think this motion goes a long way to addressing that. Neighbourhood plans are a good idea. I think we should have done more of them. I think there have been missed opportunities. I think there have with this local plan been missed opportunities as well. Whether we can still capitalise on that, I don't know, but there are certain developments coming forward that I do believe need more community input. On permitted development, I'd like to also thank Mrs. Austin for coming and speaking for the residents of Corston Road. I spoke against that as well. And that's a prime example of how damaging permitted development can be when you look at the designs to that very small box-like bed sits where we are moving social housing tenants into. We don't know who the social housing provider is at all, but we're essentially saying poor people can live in squalor in these flats. And although they'll live in a prime town centre location, judging by the size of their flats, they're not going to be spending much time in their flats. Mental health wise, that would not be a good idea. Myself and Councillor Lilly came across it in 2016 with a property in the Hive that was being turned into flats, and that was our first involvement with permitted development and how it could go wrong. As Councillor Lee said, there's certain circumstances where it has gone right, where you've had a good developer. I know it's hard to imagine, but you do have some good developers who've actually created adequately sized rooms and it's enhanced the area. And I feel any letter we do write needs to be about, actually it can't just pass a planning application because they go through permitted development. It needs to meet certain specifications. We can't have another terminus house that they had in Harlow. End of the day, I think we all agree in this chamber, no matter our political colours, everyone deserves to live in a good, decent home.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Much of what I was going to say has just been said. The permitted development was introduced in a hurry, I think, because there was a desperate need to get as much housing available as possible. There was nothing that appeared to be written into it to safeguard the quality or the size of the units that would be produced. And I have written to Sir Bernard Jenkins asking him to put pressure to get it amended so that at a local level, at least, we can determine the size of rooms and how many people are crammed into a building, because all we're going to do is produce the slums of the future unless something is done about it. As far as local neighbourhood plans are concerned, I absolutely agree. They need to be respected at every stage of the planning. It is absolutely heartbreaking for a community who have put in a huge amount of time. A lot of people put a lot of time in. A lot of money has been spent to find that their carefully constructed plan is being ignored. I've seen it happen to a small extent, and I've seen how much upset it causes. I will certainly be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I think we've got agreement across the chamber, but we have three more speakers and then Councillor Barber to sum up. Oh, so the next one will be Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't intended to speak on this initially, but I was driven to by the remarks from Councillor Hazel, who in my opinion is still developing her skills as chair of the Planning Committee. My recollection of that meeting is that members from across the floor did their best to turn over every stone possible to find a way of ensuring that this permitted development didn't go ahead. And that was all that we were attempting to do. Permitted development, as we've heard across the floor again tonight, is probably one of the most heinous decisions that's been made by Conservative government in the last 10 years. And we all agree that it rides roughshod over localism, where locally elected councillors, within some necessary confines, make decisions in the best interests of local people, having heard local argument. That's what this should be about. PD is a developer's charter. It always has been. It was intended as thus. And it's very pleasing to hear members of all parties tonight saying that it's high time this was scrapped. I support the motion as amended.
Thank you for being so brief. Councillor Gocher next, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support the motion as amended with both amendments. I'd like to take issue with some of the comments made earlier by Councillor Hazel and Councillor G. Oxford. It's the first time I've heard standing up and putting forward the views of residents as giving false hope. It is not false hope to represent the views of the people who are directly affected by the results of planning decisions. Now, in terms of this development, the permitted development is indeed a heinous government initiative, which takes power away from local people. And it is complicated. There is such a thing as an Article 4 declaration in which you can bypass permitted development. What I think upset a lot of residents was that some members of the committee seemed not very well informed about Article 4 declarations prior to the meeting. And that's what caused consternation. And I would put it back to the chair of the planning committee that maybe rather than criticising ward councillors for standing up for their residents, he might be advised to do a little bit more pre-research before the meetings take place. Also, residents were rather annoyed at the rushed nature of the meeting as well. But in terms of the motion in front of us, I think we need to do what residents want, which is a bit more pushback against the government and developers and a little less kowtowing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Cope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The related question connects with building regulations, where what we see is poorly constructed building work where the building inspection has been outsourced to other private companies. Where does planning inspection end and building regulations begin? I've had residents having to move out of their new builds while the bad workmanship is seen to as a result of this. We need to reoccupy, re-own the actual building regulations, which is outsourced at the moment. And what we see as ward councillors is poor workmanship being forced on to residents who then have to move out while it's fixed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hazel has asked to respond to Councillor Gocher, but I think we're all of a mind across the chamber that permitted development is not working. And I believe the planning committee is trying its best to find ways to refuse a permission.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it's a point of order, but I have been personally attacked by 2 councillors, and I would like the opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Okay, carry on, please.
Thank you very much. It will come as no surprise that I resent the rather patronising attack on my competence by Councillor Pearson. He's very good at making such remarks. And also that by Councillor Gocher. We did have quite intensive training instructions by our senior planning officers. And we did know what permitted development rights meant. And I think what caused the confusion was that we were all frantically trying, as I said, to go down, find a spur. We kept going back and going back to the legislation, looking at this, looking at that, in an effort to find a way that we could give a refusal. And we could not, there wasn't one. Now, I did say at that time, I would write to the Minister of State, the previous one, on permitted development rights, because we were all of the same opinion, cross-party. And I haven't done it yet, because I'm hoping with Councillor Ellis, we will have a much stronger plea to the new minister. So we were not naive, not one person on that planning committee. We knew what we were about, and we were trying our best to find a way to give local residents what they were asking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Hazel. Councillor Oxford, are you happy to accept?
I just need to say that Councillor Gocher mentioned about my comment about false hope. And I figuratively speaking, stand by that, because when people come to planning committee, particularly if they haven't had planning training, they're not aware of the intricacies of planning law. Some of us have been on planning for many years, and there is lots of debate and discussion and asking questions and challenging officers on these subjects. And that's what was happened at that one end. It happens all the time. And I just feel that when sometimes you get councillors come and they're trying to represent their residents, but they're not representing based on planning law. And that's the issue every single time we have to abide by. Not what we would like to be able to do, and are able to do are 2 different things. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Oxford. As I said earlier, we're all frustrated by the law. Anyway, Councillor Barber, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, just in response to Councillor Corey and Councillor Julie Young's comments, I didn't say that the council was not supportive of neighbourhood plans. I said that the culture of the council was unappreciative of the dramatic impact the neighbourhood plans, particularly those adopted, had on our planning policy. I stand by that. I'm not going to retract it, because that was my lived experience over a number of years. And I repeatedly said in many planning committee meetings, local plan committee meetings, we needed a culture of change in the council with neighbourhood plans. It's a dramatic policy change. Not necessarily a criticism, it was just reflective of the dramatic change that neighbourhood plans did have. So I won't retract that at all, because that was my experience. But a slagging match over what's happened in the past, I don't think will be appreciated by my residents. So I'm happy to look forward and work with Councillor Ellis and officers and the wider cabinet to improve neighbourhood plans in the borough. I think it would be slightly contradictory of me to not support an amendment on permitted development rights after I've just mentioned about involving the community more in development. To an extent, they're 2 sides of the same coin, in that permitted development obviously comes at the planning proposal stage, whereas neighbourhood plans, want for a better word, are mini local plans. And I do think that having a meeting on permitted development rights would be worthwhile, because issues we have with permitted development rights in rural areas are wholly different to the challenges that have been articulated right in the centre of the towns. But they have the same common thread running through them all, which is the distinction between what we want to have, which is community involvement, and the actual planning process. So I really think there'll be merit in us getting together and discussing some of the different challenges we have, because they are different in our differing communities. I don't planning as a political football, a planning policy, I think that sort of tries to sanitize democracy a bit. That was a criticism of how some of the planning has been over the last few years. Well, actually, I think that's important, having that debate. And one reason why bad decisions often happen is because we take a singular conformist view without internal debate and external debate. And I think it's really good that we're discussing changes to our planning policy and how we can work with government to improve it. Because if we all just said one view on a particular planning policy, I think that would be rubbish and do a disservice to our democracy. And I'm very disappointed in the comments at the end, by the way, towards Councillor Hazel. I think our political culture must improve, and I think we need to play the ball, not the individual. We can criticise individual decision making, but I don't think we should start criticising competency to the level that has been demonstrated this evening. And I was wholly disappointed with that, but fully support Councillor Hazel's retort on that matter. Thank you, Chair. Even.
Right, well, it's been an interesting debate, and I think a lot of agreement across the chamber. We will now move to the vote. So all those in favour, please.
That looks unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Any abstentions at all? No? Excellent. Thank you very much. And I would just endorse what Councillor Barber said. We've heard in Parliament, you know, we're meant to be respecting each other and showing kindness. We may have personal views, but for goodness sake, you can write to each other or talk to each other face to face. There's no need to bring it up in a public debate necessarily. So just to let you know, we've been going for 1 hour and 17 minutes, 77 minutes. Rather than start this next motion, I think we perhaps should have a 10-minute break. 5 minutes, is that long enough? Yeah. I didn't know we got that many toilets, but okay, 5 minutes then, thank you. We've had 10 minutes now instead of 5. How many more are missing? Quite a few. If you're agreeable, we'll make a start. Okay, so it's 9:37. We have to finish at 10 o'clock. What I've suggested to both the leaders is that we'll have 10 speakers, and that's it. And then you can sum up, Adam, after that. So I've got 5 on the list already. So, and forgive me, they're all oppositionally speakers. So we'll have 2 or 3 from the administration. Willits. Dundas, yep. Yep, so we've got 3, room for 3. Oh, yep.
No, I was just going to ask you, Mr. Chairman, and when the witching hour of 10 o'clock comes, could we go to the vote?
We'll go after 10 speakers, John, which is about 8 minutes past 10. So, yeah. 2 more speakers, please. Right, Hogg.
Shall I start, Mr. Mayor?
Excellent.
Thank you very much. I'm supporting Colchester residents hit by the cost of living crisis, the details of which are at pages 4 to 5 of the supplementary agenda for this meeting, be approved and adopted. And I thank you for allowing up to 10 speakers in the debate. For those of us who attended the recent conference on tackling inequalities locally, we saw the stark picture laid out by our own Director of Public Health, Dr. Mike Gogarty, and Professor Michael Marmot. Life expectancy is heading in the wrong direction. More people are living in poverty. And in Colchester, 1/4 of our children are living in poverty. The last year has been difficult for everyone, but particularly those with poor health and well-being. We all appreciate the work done by the Council's welfare benefits team and Colchester Borough Homes financial inclusion team. They have supported our residents through the pandemic. Our council has provided grants to businesses to ensure that many of them could make it through the storm. It has been tough for many, the loneliness, the inability to see family and friends. As we begin to open up again, it is even difficult to remember the way we were confined to our homes. We stood on our doorsteps to clap our key workers. But just as the economy and society opens up, our residents are being hit by forces beyond their control, both close to home and from across the world. Shortages of goods and high demand for energy and other materials means that prices are rising. For many, probably most of us here this evening, we will be able to meet those rising costs. But for some of our residents, the squeeze will be too much. For too many of them, the £20 per week cut in universal credit will be a real hit, in particular to those families where a parent is already in work. It will see thousands of people in Colchester up to £1,000 a year worse off as a result. And I have spoken to residents desperately worried about the increased costs that they're seeing in fuel and food and in their energy bills, and seeing further costs and tax rises up the line. For those families, what will mean decisions about supporting their kids, meaning they will have to choose between paying for food, buying school uniform, or paying those heating bills. And this will put pressure on our council services. The support Colchester Borough Homes provide to those at risk of homelessness or in need of housing, and the support that we provide to those who need help to pay their council tax bills. The Colchester Food Bank is as busy as it's ever been. Latest figures show they issued nearly 14,000 parcels to residents, including more than 6,000 to children in the last year. We have a brilliant range of community and voluntary organisations helping the most vulnerable, including the Food Bank, Citizens Advice, Community 360, Munch Club, and other holiday hunger projects, not to mention the diverse range of faith groups who look out for so many in our communities. As you said earlier, Mayor, we need to be thinking about the ways in which we can work together. The past week has shown the worst, but also the best in humanity. As local politicians, let us come together tonight to show that we're all on the side of our residents. I know there is support across the council from people in all political groups for continuing to support those most in need. This motion is delivered tonight for those people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Corey next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Fox, and thank you for working together on this motion. As Councillor Fox explains, the Communities Can conference on the 11th of October was really impactful. So many contributors there, but in particular, as he names, Sir Michael Marmot really laid out through facts and through principles and comments and examples how our most vulnerable people have been affected, how austerity and the recent impacts of COVID and even Brexit have made things worse for people. That conference was recorded. I do encourage all councillors to go and have a look at that. And I'm sure if you contact Pam Donnelly, she'll be able to organise, you get a recording of that. The facts are pretty clear and they're pretty grim. Some are included in this motion, but many are not. And actually, many of the impacts cannot be quantified. They're not about numbers, they're about people's lives, they're about people managing to eat or warm their homes. We know that unfortunately, with the rising gas prices, fuel prices, inflation, food prices, people are going to be harder hit. We know that the uplift in UC was a temporary measure during COVID. I understand that argument. However, we have seen an uplift in prices. We've seen an uplift in the cost of living, and therefore it should remain. Research shows that if you take support away from people, it will cost more in the future. So it's an economic argument, but much more a social and moral argument, but you cannot argue against the economics either. Sadly, some of the facts have not been looked into enough. As we know, our own MP in the House, when he was DWP minister, said that the impacts had not been assessed for removing UC. We know, and our fantastic welfare and benefits team know, that there are people being pushed to the edge in this town. I know that our teams will do everything they can to support them. But tonight I support this motion because we must acknowledge the worst ravages of the economy at the time, at this moment, that are affecting our people, our residents, and we need to support them. So I support this motion to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gocher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also recommend that people support this motion because at the moment, people on low incomes face a perfect storm coming up. We know that there's a rise in national insurance, but also food price inflation is a massive problem at the moment. And all the indications are that that is going to get worse. And also, we all know that utility bills are rising because of the issue with world supply of gas, and that is going to get much worse. So people are being hit from all directions, and it's not the time to remove the £20 uplift on universal credit, which was, to be honest, too low to meet people's basic needs anyway. So the uplift really should have been permanent to start with because it wasn't fit for purpose. And as it says in the motion, 40% plus of people who are claiming universal credit are in work. And that is another problem, the low wage economy. My personal view is that is because we've been on the wrong economic path for 40 plus years. But we do live in a low wage economy. And, you might not expect me to say this, but I have heard the Prime Minister say recently, repeatedly, that he wants to change economic direction and create a high wage economy. If he delivers that, I will be full of praise because I want a high wage economy as well. But at the moment, we don't have one. And it's the wrong time to be cutting universal credit and driving people into destitution and poverty when they face all these other pressures on their incomes. I don't know how a high wage economy will be achieved with the deunionization of the workforce that has happened over the last 40 years, but I would welcome the Prime Minister achieving that if he does. But absolutely, what is happening here shows that the government is not really serious about helping people on low incomes, in my opinion. And we must ourselves put pressure on them to change direction and keep the £20 uplift and even look at ways of increasing it further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tim Young, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to address my remarks to that side of the chamber because that would be preaching to the converted. I'm looking at my friends on this side of the chamber because I know that you care about people who are poor, people who are vulnerable, and I want to persuade you to support this motion. Please don't abstain. Let's show a united front like we've done on the other motions tonight. I talked about city status and I didn't know the feelings of many of my residents on that. I do know the feelings of my residents on this. And I've got some comments that I will read. I totally agree that £20 is not a lot in the greater scheme of things to the government, but to the people who need it, it's a cut that will mean they can no longer tread water like they are able to do at present. For those who are already drowning, it will be catastrophic. All on universal credit, families and single people, it's £80 per month worse off. And then the families who are getting the £15 child support in the holidays as well will be stopped. And for all those on furlough, that will be stopped too. And those in rent arrears will now be evicted when they weren't beforehand. It's crazy. We'll lose £83 as of 1st of October. That's almost a week's rent or shopping. We will lose £86 next month. Not good. That's food shopping or gas or electric or council tax. Same as me. I started work and I won't be any better off. This is a lifeline. It says in the motion it's a lifeline. I know none of you want to cut a lifeline to the very poorest and most vulnerable in our society. So vote with us on this, please. It's been mentioned about Sir Michael Marmot, Professor Sir Michael Marmot. He's an absolute expert in these issues. And please listen to that recording if you can. And he made some damning comments, I'm afraid, one of which was the Chancellor made a decision a couple of weeks ago to increase child poverty. That's not from a politician, that's from Professor Sir Michael Marmot. We all have, let's talk about the financial inclusion team, the Colchester Borough Homes, and the welfare benefits team. They do life-changing work every single day, and we ought to pay tribute to them. And their work is going to be made so much harder by this cut. Now, sometimes governments we generally support get things wrong. They do things we don't agree with. I can remember the 75p pension increase that the Labour government, that was wrong, should have been more. This, what the government is doing, is wrong. And I think many of you know it's wrong. So vote with us. Let's tell them that this is going to hurt people who are vulnerable and needy, people in housing association homes, people in private rented accommodation, and our council tenants especially. So please, my friends, colleagues on the Conservative and Independent,
I think we might have lost the feed. Ironically, we're still live on YouTube.
Let's stop the whole recording. Lorcan, good to see you. Jeremy, good to see you as well.
Nice to see you. Looks like I'm the host now.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone on YouTube who may be watching us.
Yeah. Is that I thought the stream had stopped, didn't they? They stopped recording?
It still says live on YouTube, so I don't quite know what's happened. Obviously, a technical hitch.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just let the guys know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
From women, childhood obesity has risen significantly
And I often hear people talk of a need for people in poverty to make better choices with what they eat to improve health outcomes. However, one slide that Professor Marmot shared really hit home. I want us all to reflect on this. If you look at disposable income, the most deprived decile would spend 75% of their disposable income to meet the NHS Eat Well standards, as opposed to those with the least disposable income. Those with the most disposable income who would need to spend less than 10%. I think that is the crux of the issue, Mr. Mayor. It's very easy to eat well when money is no barrier. The Prime Minister talks a great deal about levelling up. So I want to see some local levelling up. I hope that we can all sign up to supporting this motion. We need to call on the government to start redressing the balance by putting more in the pockets of the poorest, who of course spend more of their income anyway. So it's simply good economic sense, apart from being morally the right thing to do. The conference shared the ideas being deployed in Greater Manchester to build back fairer. We need to follow their example and do likewise, and even sign up to become a Marmot authority.
Sorry, have you finished?
Yes, I have. I can't understand why people are laughing, but there you go.
The screens are not working, so but we heard you, Julie. Thank you. Councillor Dundas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually agree with quite a lot in this motion, and actually I would have no problem supporting the vast majority of it. I agree, as mentioned in the motion, 40% of universal credit claimants being in full-time work shows there is something fundamentally wrong with our employment market. As has been mentioned, I'm very pleased the Prime Minister clearly recognises that the trend to ever-increasing low-wage jobs in many sectors has no future in the UK, which will always be an expensive place to live. No one can be proud of this trend, which has happened over the last 30, possibly the last 40 years, and it's happened under Labour, Conservative and Lib Dem Conservative governments. None of us can be proud of that. Someone working full-time should be paid enough to sustain themselves without benefits. Many are not. It has to change, and I think the current situation is unsustainable. I also, of course, fully endorse the comments about the work our staff have done, and pleased this council has already recognised that in this chamber. We are maintaining the local tax support scheme at the more generous end of the spectrum as per previous years. We are fully maintaining the council's welfare benefit supports team as a priority, and will look to enhance it wherever we practically can. We will continue to support our excellent organisations who support the vulnerable. However, I don't think I can agree to write to the MPs as written in the motion at the moment, because I don't think it's a fully thought out request. If we want to be taken seriously and it actually has some chance of success, we have to propose a proper policy. And that, whatever merit it may have as written, and this as whatever merit it may have, isn't a proper policy because it doesn't say how it's to be paid for. We can write asking for lots of things, but we won't have success unless we present a fully formed argument. This isn't a fully formed argument yet in financial terms. I am concerned, very concerned about the end of the uplift. I attended the Communities Can conference, and I would recommend everybody use it, actually. But this isn't a fully formed policy. Come back with a proper policy and a proper proposal which has both sides of the equation, and I will happily consider supporting it. Until then, I'm afraid I can't, unless perhaps you would accept an amendment removing the first bullet point of the last section in the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Willits next, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, COVID lockdown was a devastating time for many of us. And it was clear at the beginning of lockdown that low-income jobs would be hit disproportionately hard. And with schooling suspended, parents would be incurring extra household costs. A temporary increase in universal credit was clearly the right thing to do. But temporary means just that. Government never suggested this was permanent, would be permanent. It was purely bridging over a specific social problem, which it did well. Everyone receiving the 20%, the £20 increase knew that it was temporary and it would cease as the economy recovered, and it would have been wise to plan accordingly. The worst of the economic problems of COVID are now over. The number of job vacancies in September is at a record high at 1.1 million. Labour shortages are driving up wages before our very eyes. The UK is short of around 100,000 HGV drivers. Wages have gone up by 10%. There's a national shortage of butchers, national shortage of farm workers. BT's broadband rollout is in the doldrums because of lack of technicians, and so on. Jobs galore now in the economy. We now have an economic recovery. Wages are continuing to rise and are up 6.8% over last year. And in April, the government increased the national living wage by the biggest increase ever. If we look at the people receiving universal credit, I categorise them in three groups. The first group are the 40% of claimants who are in work. Their income is topped up by universal credit. Wages are rising, national living wage has increased. They are benefiting fully from economic recovery and from job mobility prospects. The second group are those who have decided on a lifestyle choice of not working and living on benefits. They should now seriously consider the 1.1 million jobs on offer, because it's a national disgrace that services are collapsing because we cannot get people to take the jobs and do the work. But Mr. Mayor, the final group are those who, without doubt, are unable to work. They have overriding social obligations and responsibilities on our part to support them out of our taxes. This third group should be our primary focus to ensure the safety net works well. But this hardly shines through in the scattergun, rambling motion that we have before us today. It is not fit for purpose, and I will not be supporting it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Scourders, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say it's slightly disappointing that Councillor Dundas isn't supporting us on the last point of the motion, but there you go. I think really we need that figure to sink in, members. 1 in 4 children in Colchester are currently living in poverty. 1 in 4. That's 1 in 4 children already at a disadvantage with their peers in education. Likely going to bed hungry or cold most nights as the family cannot afford the heating or even afford the gas prices to cook dinner. Going to school with unwashed clothes or a school blazer with a hole in it, and sometimes being victimised or bullied by other children for being visibly poor. Their parents skipping a meal so their children can eat, but at the same time, too tired to cook or clean the house because they haven't been eating themselves. Poverty is a trap. And most families that find themselves in poverty fail to get out of it without significant help. And that usually comes from our welfare system, which unfortunately has become highly draconian over the last decade. This poverty has always been there in Colchester, and in many ways, Colchester is a tale of two cities. While the levels of poverty may have not been as high pre-pandemic, the pandemic has only highlighted the deep levels of poverty many of our residents live in day to day. Many of them are in work, but low pay, and they're trapped in a universal credit system that caps the hours they can work before their universal credit is cut. This doesn't offer aspiration. To cut £20 a week from the poorest families, 40% of them in work and usually in key worker roles, the same key workers we clapped every Thursday, at a time when inflation is rising, jobs are still at risk, and energy prices are now expected to rise astronomically, is not only unfair, it's also economically damaging. It's less money being spent in our local shops. With poor diets coming in, you suddenly have health issues which may have significant effects on the NHS. And it may end up with less money coming to the council because some people can simply not afford to pay their council tax. £20 does not always seem a lot to many, but when you're on the breadline, it is the difference between a weekly shop or paying your bills. It's also a 25% cut to claimants, so you forget how high a cut that is. The government's own report warned of the devastating impacts of this decision, and Councillor Young's already said about how the Chancellor voted to increase poverty. And yet Colchester's own MP, in his role as a welfare minister, pushed forward this shameful cut. The government's answer to this, and Councillor Willits' answer, is people need to get back to work. Yet the majority of jobs, as we have discussed, offer pay below the living wage. Only recently at County Hall, we discussed the disgraceful low pay that our care workers receive for the back-breaking and vital job they perform, where Unison found that many of the care workers work 2 jobs to make ends meet. So they're working a full 12-hour day shift and going back to work. And just to finish very quickly, Mayor, a reminder that people on welfare, especially those in work, do not enjoy relying on welfare because we all enjoy our independence. They have no choice if they are to pay their bills.
Councillor Hogg, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to confine my comments to local, to how this affects St Anne's and St John's. In my role as a chairman and trustee of the Oak Tree Centre, I'm already collecting food and issuing food vouchers for the food bank. However, some weeks back, I was contacted by the Association of District Councils and asked to apply for funding, which we received, to purchase food and essentials for known families in need, of which we had 8. I approached all the local schools, Willowbrook, Parsons Heath, Rochvale, St John's and Friars Grove, and I asked them to come up with a list of known families in need who would benefit from a gift of groceries and essentials. They came up with 52 families, plus our 8, 60, 150 children. Mr. Mayor, this is an identifiable need. It was last week, it will be this week, and it will be so next week and beyond. If only we could support every week with 128 bags of groceries that we delivered last week, 128 bags of groceries to 60 families in St Anne's and St John's. Mr. Mayor, the removal of what was a positive approach in awarding the £20 a week uplift has now turned into a negative impact on families in St Anne's and St John's. Never did I think in my 36 years on this council I would make that statement in this chamber. What we need now, Mr. Mayor, is a way forward together to find a way of supporting families and children. Let's make a start in supporting this motion. I so move.
And Councillor Fox, would you like to sum up for 3 minutes?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will be brief. I think we've had some excellent contributions this evening, and I would like to thank everybody for them. I would like to particularly thank Councillor Dundas for the approach that he took to the motion, very different to Councillor Willits, and I think that Councillor Willits could learn something from his group leader in that respect. I think what really strikes home to me from some of the contributions is the practical impact that this will have on the lives of quite a lot of our residents here in Colchester. And as I said, you know, this motion was brought on their behalf and it was brought to be cross-party. For me, if we can write to ministers together to seek changes in the planning system, then we can write together to seek changes in the welfare system. And I don't think, you know, we might not have all the answers in this room tonight, but it is up to us to stand up for our residents. And this motion was drafted particularly with a local focus in order to do that. And so I would seek everybody's vote in support of this motion and this evening as drafted, and I would seek a named vote on that basis, Mr. Mayor.
So we're going to the vote because there's no supporters for your named vote.
Chair.
It's a named vote.
Oh.
Yeah, named vote. Yeah.
Right, we'll have a named vote.
Right. Okay, voting on motion J. Councillor Barber.
Against.
Against. Councillor Barton.
4.
4. Councillor Bourne.
4.
4. Councillor Burrows. 4. Councillor Buston.
Against.
Against. Councillor Chapman. Not voting. Councillor Chillingworth.
Against.
Against. Councillor Chua.
4.
4. Councillor Cope.
4.
4. Councillor Corey.
4.
4. Councillor Cox. 4. Councillor Crowe.
Against.
Against. Councillor Dundas.
Against.
Against. Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Against. Councillor Fox.
4.
4. Councillor Gocher.
4.
4. Councillor Goss.
Hello, what?
4.
4. Councillor Harris. 4. Councillor Hayter.
Against.
Against. Councillor Hazel.
Against.
Against. Councillor Hogg.
4.
4. Councillor Jowers.
Against.
Against. Councillor King.
4.
4. Councillor Laws.
Against.
Against. Councillor Leatherdale.
Against.
Against. Councillor Lilly.
4.
4. Councillor Lissimore.
Against.
Against. Councillor Loveland.
Against.
Against. Councillor Luxford Vaughan.
4.
4. Councillor McLean.
Against.
Against. Councillor Mannion.
Against.
Against. Councillor McCarthy.
4.
4. Councillor Moore.
Against.
Against. Councillor Beverley Oxford.
Against.
Against. Councillor Gerard Oxford.
Against.
Against. Councillor Philip Oxford.
Against.
Against. Councillor Pearson.
4.
4. Councillor Scordis.
4.
4. Councillor Scott Butell.
4.
4. Councillor Tate.
Against.
Against. Councillor Warnes.
4.
4. Councillor Willits.
Against.
Against. Councillor Wood.
Against.
Against. Councillor Julie Young.
4.
4. The Deputy Mayor.
4.
4. And the Mayor.
4.
4. Thank you. The voting is 23 for, 22 against, 1 abstention. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Because we're at 10 minutes past 10, that concludes the meeting.
Chair.
What?
Chair. Could I ask, Chair, could I ask that some of us were patiently waiting to ask portfolio holders questions. Could I ask whether you could ask the leader whether he would undertake that those that would have liked to ask questions write to the relevant portfolio holder and they will get a written response?
Right, well, I was just about to make an announcement that anyone that submitted a question will get a written answer. And I'm sure that you can write to any portfolio holder at any time and ask a question. Can I just note what? Oh, I see. Sorry. Item 10 was schedule of portfolio holder decisions. We're just inviting you to note them. Is that okay? Thank you. Right. Safe journey home, and we'll see you again soon.
Thanks.